to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to those negotiations. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that we go to into closed session for the reasons stated.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. We will move into closed session and be back at approximately 6:30 p.m. to open up the second portion of our open meeting. Good evening and welcome to the second open session for the evening tonight. Today is Monday, June 13th, 2022, and the first item in this second open session is to report on closed session. Excuse me. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constas, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B, Section 1, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, as well as any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Excuse me. Section 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. Section 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. And Section 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to those negotiations. This session was for information and discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon by this board at the end of the superintendent's report. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Buckle, would you lead us with that? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the May 9th, 2022 open session meeting. The administration is recommending approval of these minutes. Do we have a motion to do so?
I move that we approve the minutes from the May 9th, 2022 open session meeting.
Mr. Johnson has the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Dr. Costa. Is there any comments or questions, additions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The minutes are approved as presented. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Couch?
Yes, thank you, President Getz, members of the board. I just wanted to note that MSDE, the Maryland State Department of Education, is opening up a pathway for school systems to repurpose certain days as virtual days. I know we had that opportunity this year, and that opportunity will be made available to us for next year as well. The only difference is that we will be allowed up to 8 days of virtual day school. 3 of those days can be asynchronous days, which means they don't have to log on. They can actually bring homework and have asynchronous days for making up snow days. But they also expanded it for opportunities to not only make up snow days, but we could also create a student work day on a staff professional learning day. So we could actually build up some additional snow days at that point in time while the teachers are doing professional development. Students could be doing asynchronous work, and that could be a snow day as well. And they also afforded us the opportunity to use high school graduation as a day for asynchronous days. So that would allow the high school to have all hands on deck to help with graduation, and also allow our own staff members to be able to attend graduation as well. So we have to submit a application, and that application there is no deadline to have the application due, but we are working on that application, and we have to bring it forward to allow public input. So we plan to bring it forward in July, allow an opportunity for staff and/or parents to provide that additional input, and then our plan is to turn it in before the school year begins, and then we can have a plan for how we would use virtual school days to help us with inclement weather, also provide us some more additional snow days for staff professional learning, and also for high school graduation. So I think that's all really good news for us. Mr. Chaudhary, State Superintendent, notified me at the end of April that he planned to visit Kent County on May the 6th, which he was here visiting the school system. He did attend Garnett. for the morning. He also was at the high school, was at the radio station, and also visited Mr. Brett King's room, the engineering class, and also had a chance to talk with students about Makerspace. He also met with the central management team to discuss the LEADS grant and talk about his proposal for poverty indicators for the state. May was Mental Health Awareness Month. I did want to make note that special thanks to student services, counselors, social workers, Mr. Hamlin, and all of the individuals that helped to put on the Mental Health Resource Fair at Kent County High School on May the 18th and Kent County Middle School on May the 19th. I also like to give a shout out to the 2022 graduation, Ms. Hemstetter, the MHS Administration, Counseling Department, the town of Chestertown for the use of the stage, which was nice to be able to use that outside, and also to our speakers, student speakers, our staff speakers as well, and also special thanks to Mrs. Williams for helping with graduation as well. I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce our new student member of the board who's here today, Braden Wallace, if you'd stand up and be recognized. He will be our student board member for next year. We also have retirement recognition that is scheduled for June the 15th. Board members, if you can attend, that would be great. This is where we acknowledge and recognize our staff that are retiring. We have gifts for them, and it will be here at Central Office at 5 o'clock. I also wanted to remind you that 8th grade promotion, I'm sure that Sam is probably going to talk about it as well, but I just wanted to remind board members about 8th grade promotion tomorrow at 9 o'clock at Kent County Middle School. And then finally, just wanted to note about changing the board meeting dates from July 11th to July 18th. And then also, as looking forward with the calendar, we are going to have a conflict on April the 10th, which is during spring break. So I propose that we move it a week sooner, April the 3rd. So I know I put some information out to you about making those changes, and if everybody is okay with those changes, I'd like to move forward with those board meeting changes. Do I hear any
Sounds
concerns? Okay. So Braden, just so that you'll know, the meeting will be moved to July the 18th. Okay, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Couch. The next item on the agenda is the Golden Anchor Award. Mr. Hushin.
Thank you, President Getz, Dr. Couch, school board members. I'm here to announce our monthly Golden Anchor Award winner for June. Just as a reminder, the Golden Anchor is being presented to an employee or a group of employees that exemplify the mission and core values of our school system. Parents, staff members, and students may nominate any KCPS employee for this honor. This month we had 13 total nominations. Our winner received a handful of those nominations. Before I call them up, I would just like to read a few of the statements that were included in our nomination form. This employee goes above and beyond the expectations to make a wonderful radio program. Guess we kind of let the cat out of the bag on that one. It is with gratitude that I would like to nominate Mr. Chris Singleton for the Golden Anchor Award. Mr. Singleton has created the most welcoming, comfortable space for students to become engaged in learning about broadcasting. His enthusiasm for WKHS has been infectious and fostered excitement for students, allowing them to work together and perform on air with pride. I am so thankful for his presence and guidance in giving students a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chris has created a wonderful, collaborative environment for his students. He is a community builder, and we are so fortunate to have him at Kent County High School. Please welcome the June 22 Golden Anchor Award winner, Chris Singleton.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Mr. Singleton. Well deserved. Okay, the next item on the agenda tonight is the naming of the HHGES Media Center.
Right. Thank you, President Getz. In accordance with Board Policy FF, naming of schools and school facilities, the Garnett Media Center Committee recommends that the Media Center be named after Emma L. Grayson Miller. And so it would be named the Emma L. Grayson Miller Media Center. As you know, we have to have a process in place where we have committee representation to explore names for the Garnett Media Center. When that was decided that we would name the Media Center, we had to have an opportunity for public input so that other names could come forward and surface if they so chose. To bring those names forward, and we did not hear any other names except for Emma L. Grayson Miller. I think that there was no question in our minds that she has made significant contributions to education. We had an opportunity to meet with the Garnett Alumni Committee as well, and they were unanimously in favor of it. So the administration is recommending that we name the Garnett Media Center the Emma L. Grayson Miller Media Center. We do have members of the committee that are here. If you would stand up and be recognized. I know not all the members are here. Yes. Yes.
Emma Miller's third great-granddaughter is with us.
Oh, great. Oh, stand up and be recognized. Thank you.
Please stand.
Please stand and be
Please.
recognized. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So that is my recommendation, and once the board acts on that, I will tell you what the next steps are.
Okay. So as Dr. Couch mentioned, this is an action item. The administration is recommending approval to name the Garnett Media Center the Emma L. Grayson Miller Media Center. Do we have a motion to do so?
I move that we approve to name the Garnett Media Center the Emma L. Grayson Miller Media Center.
Mr. Johnson has the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
I think it should be called the Grayson Library, not Media Center. But I'm not going to fight about it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, with one comment. We'll go ahead and we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
So, thank you, board members, and I know this is a culmination of a lot of work that the committee put together in terms of trying to find a time and trying to take great care in including as many members of the community as possible so that we did not leave someone out and so that we had plenty of time to seek public input. So now that this has been official, what we would do is come up with a opportunity to have a recognition ceremony, and we talked about that. That'll be our next act that we have to do as a committee, is come up with what we want to do. I know when we renamed or named the Tom McHugh Black Box Theater, we had a nice concert, and so I don't know, and that was suitable for the Black Box Theater. So we talked about some ideas that we had. I know that some of the family wanted to come for that, and I know a lot of the Garnett alumni wanted to be included as well. So we'll put together something. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet, but that will be the committee's charge with regard to putting a recognition event together, and then we'll have a plaque made so that we can suitably and in a nice way recognize Emma L. Grayson Miller for her contributions to this district and to this community. So we're very excited about that, and I'll keep you posted as we
great.
move forward.
That's great. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the Citizen Advisory Committee presentation. Cool. Can't get mine open, that's great.
President Getz, members of the board, Dr. Couch. My name is Bill Fluke. I'm a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee. This is a new thing for Kent County. It is intended, as the next slide will show, to serve as a channel for the concerns of the public, looking for communication, looking for advice, looking for suggestions, and making recommendations on issues and topics that arise. I'm not sure how to advance this. Is there something that I could be doing? All right. What do you know? Okay. All right. So we are a structured group. We've been meeting mostly monthly since January, talking about specific issues that impact basically the lives of our students and contribute to their success. So the Citizen Advisory Committee has 13 members. It's designed to be representative of the county in a couple of ways. First of all, each school community has 2 members. In this case, all of the members are either school staff or parents from the Galena Elementary, Garnett Elementary, and Rock Hall Elementary areas, and then 2, a teacher and a parent from the middle school and 2 parents from the high school. In addition, there are to be 2 at-large members. That's myself and Fran Pimer. Fran couldn't be here. And we have a student member as well, Madison Messick. Madison is, I believe, a rising junior at the high school. Just to share a little information about what we've talked about, and we've covered a lot of territory. I will say that the atmosphere at the Citizen Advisory Committee, as far as I've been picking up, is a very positive and open one. People are willing to say what's on their mind, and people are willing to listen. So we've spent time talking about all of the topics that you can see here: school safety and school mental health. Obviously, that became a big issue this spring, given the episode at the high school. Talked about teacher support and retention, partnering with a variety of organizations, making good use of our volunteers, improving communication, school culture, improving school spirit. I won't read the whole list. I will say that at our first meeting, the value of having a student member was really obvious. Madison made a point of explaining to us what the atmosphere was like for a student at Kent County High School, and how morale was a problem, how school spirit was challenged. We had a really good, worthwhile discussion for our first meeting, and a couple of suggestions came out of that. So I'm really pleased to be a member. There are of the 13 members, 6 of us have 1-year terms and 6 of them have 2-year terms. My term will end this calendar year, and there'll be an opportunity for either myself or another at-large person to be appointed. So after this first year, each person will be serving a 2-year term, and those terms are staggered. We'll be happy to answer any questions, but the topic that we really wanted to cover today was the issue, and this came up at our last meeting, of class size at Garnett Elementary, and just crowding in general. So with me this evening is Maureen Ranville, school counselor at Garnett. And Maureen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening. So my name's Maureen Ranville. I'm a school counselor at Garnett, and I'm also a parent of, one student now left in the school system. My daughter just graduated. And a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee. So I'm going to speak a little bit tonight just on the class size and space at Garnett Elementary School. That was just something that we had discussed at our last meeting. I believe it was back in April. And then we've been wanting to present to the board just to let you know what we've been talking about during our meetings. And this was an important topic that we thought we wanted to discuss further. So we identified 3 areas of concerns. Move that on. And those 3 areas of concerns were physical space at Garnett, class sizes, and then equity. And then I put on here just the enrollment for all the schools throughout Kent County Public Schools. And as you can see, Garnett it's the largest elementary school with 358 students. Rock Hall has 195, and Galena Elementary has 268. The middle school has 392, and the high school has 560. I just kind of wanted to give you those numbers just to give you an idea of enrollment, mainly, I guess, at the elementary level, but also at the other schools. So the first topic we want to discuss is physical space, and that's probably, in my opinion, and I brought this topic to the Citizens Advisory Committee last time because I've had a lot of parents come to me as well as teachers and staff just with concerns. And a lot of it is about class sizes, but not only just class sizes, but the physical space at Garnett. Our classes, when we consolidated and closed the 2, Wharton Elementary and Millington Elementary, I believe it was 2017, in order to make space in some of our upstairs classrooms, that's the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they had to put walls in between. The classrooms were very large at that point before they put the walls, but now that they put the walls, the square footage has been cut in half. And some of our larger classes are upstairs, like believe our 4th grade class size, I think we have, I put it on one of the slides actually. Let me go on, let's move forward a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So our upstairs classes, our 4th grade has 24 and 23 students, and that may not seem like a lot, but when you have, and I put actually a map, you have the school map, it has the square footage of the classrooms. So like we're talking about like our 4th graders, a square footage of 644 square feet. When you have 4th graders in a classroom with 24 desks and with that small space, there's no room for movement with small groups, working with partners. Our teachers, I think they have one little table in there to do small groups. So just the movement and just the feel when you go into those classrooms, it's just, you feel at least I do personally, you just feel on edge. You don't feel relaxed because there's no space in there for the kids to move around. You just feel like you're on top of one another, and you're always bumping into each other and bumping into the desk. So that's just one of the concerns about the physical space in the classrooms. And it also, I put on here, it leads to behavior problems, and that's just my opinion, but I feel like we can't have a cool-off area. We try to, I know Ms. Rose has purchased like fidgets and just things to make it so when there is a behavior problem, the students first go to their little cool-off area in the classroom so they're not removed from the classroom or don't have to leave the classroom. Well, we're having a hard time even finding a space in the classrooms for that, for the kids to cool off there first. Tutors in the hallways, we have Title I tutors that come in, and we have no space, and then some of them are supposed to go into the classroom. There's no space in the classrooms. There's no physical space for the tutors to be in the classrooms. So they're working in the hallways, and they're working in closets. So, I mean, and it's a busy school, so we have kids going back and forth down the hallways. So they're disrupted quite often. We have, like other schools, we have OT, PT, speech. They all have to share a space, or they have to find a space to go. And that's, when you're doing speech, you don't want it loud. You don't want other students in there with you. So that's also a concern, is the shared space. We also, because we have a Judy Center housed in our school, we also have to have space for the Judy Center. We also now are lucky enough to have Flo Terrell as our community schools coordinator, so she also needs a space. There's no outside supports, there is no space for school-based mental health, and I mean, that's confidential information and confidential therapy that's going on in the school. There's no space for them to go. We have to always juggle them around because they need a private space. We don't have a sensory cool-off room, and then we feel like that's very important to have for some of our students, especially the younger ones this year. So what happened was, Ms. Saunders and I both had our own rooms. I'm the counselor, Ms. Saunders is the social worker. In order to make a cool-off room, Ms. Saunders had to give up her space. She was displaced, and now she shares with the Judy Center, and then I took her space so that we could have an available space for a cool-off room. So it's kind of like we're just kind of like juggling people around all the time. Cafeteria space, our cafeteria. If you've ever been in Garnett, you know it's kind of different where the cafeteria, it's right in the middle of the school, so you kind of have to go through the cafeteria all the time. And our cafeteria is very small for the number of students that we have. It's hard to fit lunch shifts. I mean, we start at, I think, 10:50, and we go all the way until after 1. So that's just also a concern. PTA and school events, having the space for that. Now our PTA has to, because of our enrollment, PTA has to pay for double assemblies because we can't fit everybody at one time. I know there was talk, and I think that's going to be discussed maybe tonight or in the future, about having a wellness room in each school, which is definitely needed. But where are we going to put a wellness room at Garnett? An isolation room, because of COVID, we had to have an isolation room. So that displaced the Judy Center. So they had to move somewhere else so that we had an isolation room. And then Garnett also houses the Kent County Public Schools Elementary Behavior Support Classroom for students across the county. So that's another space that's used. So we just have no available space at all. We're just busting at the seams. And if you guys have any questions as I go, just let me know. Okay. Oh, I put on there out-of-zone too, and that's, we do have 26 official out-of-zone students that attend Garnett, and a lot of times because of where Garnett's located, it's in the center of the county, and a lot of our parents work in Chestertown, so sometimes they will request for their student to attend Garnett. So those are our class sizes. And again, like I said, some of the class sizes, you know, like our third grade, we have 17, 15, and 15. I mean, those are really decent, you know, sizes. Our kindergarten, that's where we struggled a lot this year. We have 27 and 25 in a kindergarten class. That's, if you know kindergarten and 5-year-olds, that's quite a bit in a classroom, especially with the classroom square footage. It's very small. And again, I think, and the next topic I'm going to talk about is equity. So when you're talking about class sizes, those class sizes may seem reasonable, but then when you compare it to other elementary schools or schools across the county, is it equitable? That's the question. So when we talk about equity, teacher workload, grading, planning, testing, all of that comes into play. When you have 27 kids, based on if you have 15 or less kids, that's a big difference in the number of students. Specials, our PE class, he has to have double specials to fit in the specials for the week for the number of kids we have in our school. So I believe it's a 4th grade class, he has to put them together. I'm not sure it's a 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade too. So that's three grade levels that he has to double up. I mean, so he has like 40 to 50 kids, I think, 60 kids in a class for PE, just to fit them in for that week. And then for, you know, depending on what our numbers are next year, you know, there's always talk every year, are we going to have to go on a cart? Is music going to have to go on a cart? And is that fair for our teachers to have to go on carts when other schools don't have to be on a cart? They have, and some of the schools even have fine art suites now. So, but then our teachers are going to have to be on a cart. So it's equity. And I thought Rock Hall and Galena Elementary have science labs, because I know they used to be middle schools, and the middle schools had science labs. So at Garnett, we do not have a science lab, and we don't have space for a science lab. So again, that's also equity. And then also, just instruction loss for bathroom breaks and transitions with larger numbers. I mean, to take a bathroom break, I mean, our kindergarten teacher can tell you how long it takes to take a bathroom break with 5-year-olds, 27 of them, and the loss of instruction. So, and just even going to specials, I mean, just walking down the hallway, or standing in line for lunch, or, when you have the larger class sizes, it's just a waste of instructional time. So. And then what could be done? These are just some ideas that I know we've thrown around, is redraw the school boundaries. I know that's always a topic that nobody wants to talk about. And I know it takes some time for that. And then approval of out-of-zone students. I mean, I don't know if that's, something could be done about that. There's been, could we move just the Garnett's 5th grade to the middle school? Is there space for them? Is there space for portable classrooms? So just throwing it out there to you guys. What can be done to help with the overcrowding, the space, physical space, and
Thank you
Yep.
for all of the details. And I know that we talked about this more than once at the meetings, and the idea of, these were all of sort of the options that we talked about, and opening up to the community
Right.
how to work this out, and especially since the possibility of a new middle school that could include a 5th grade, and how that would help alleviate it. But yeah, seeing that difference between the number of kids at Rock Hall and the number of kids at Garnett is huge. It's almost double, and how do we alleviate that?
Which is, I mean, we don't mind the students. I mean, we
Yeah,
love our
of
students, but
course.
it's just having the physical space. And,
Yeah. Well, and Garnett, unfortunately, is you're locked in. There's we can't do any additional construction to it. You don't have any more land. You're right on the street. We don't have much wiggle room there. Even with a portable classroom, like, where does that go? So,
Right.
yeah, it's something to really consider how we can alleviate some of those issues.
So one of the things that I wanted to make light is a lot of parents, as Ms. Ranville was saying, requested to go to Garnett simply because of childcare. A lot of childcare was in the Chestertown area, and it made it easier for the parents. Well, one of the things that has been discussed is the YMCA providing before childcare. I know we have before childcare with the Boys and Girls Club currently at Galena. And so I think that one of the things that I would like to let the board know is, with the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club providing the before school care, that may take away that reason for always requesting Garnett as out of zone, because parents want to be able to drop off their child on their way to school, or, have and if we have the before care, then they can do that at any school. They would have that opportunity to have before school care. So I know that we talked about changing the boundaries for our schools, and that is not an easy task, because we have to make sure that they're evenly balanced with regard to ethnicity, and then just with regard to free and reduced lunch students, that we don't want to have one school that has an absorbent amount of students in free and reduced lunch, and so you have one, school, and not the other schools may not have that many students in free and reduced lunch status. So one of the things that I would ask the board to consider is perhaps looking at, should we revoke out of zone? Should we do that as a first step towards seeing whether we can even out the class sizes and even out the school opportunities with regard to before and after school care and the out of zone? I know it's not a popular decision, but I can assure you redrawing or drawing the boundaries for all of the schools is going to not be a very popular decision as well. So, I'd like to have some discussion from the school board in terms of, because once you make this decision, there's a number of things that are happening. We have some of our staff members that attend Garnett, their children are some of their children are out-of-zone students as well.
6 students.
There's 6 students. So that's something that you'll have to decide. Do you revoke out of zone for everybody? Do you revoke out of zone just for the community at large and allow, as a benefit of working for Kent County Public Schools, opportunity to take your kids where you teach and work? Those are all decisions that we're going to have to consider if you go the route of revoking out of zone.
Is there a way to, and I don't know, Jillian, you would probably know, how many out-of-zone requests there are for Rock Hall? Do you have any idea?
We're in the process of getting those right now.
Okay.
So I don't have that number because I believe they're registered to their home schools and that happens sometime over the summer.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
We have
I mean,
26 total at Garnett.
At Garnett.
Official.
I wonder if there's a way to do some gentle encouragement in the community to see if families would consider asking for out-of-zone to Rock Hall, and if there's a way to sort of incentivize that, because generally the out-of-zone families don't get offered transportation, and if there's a way that we somehow could build in some additional transportation for out-of-zone for
So,
Rock Hall.
let me just say this. I know that Ms. Williams can probably speak to this, but I know that when parents have asked for out of zone, we have tried to encourage them to go to other schools that don't have as many students, and they don't necessarily want to do that. I think it's convenient. I think there's a matter of convenience for going to Garnett, just simply because it's in Chestertown, and many of them live and work, or not live, but they work in Chestertown, and maybe their child care members live in Chestertown. I just think it's a matter of convenience. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that child care was mainly centralized in Chestertown. But with the before care being provided with the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club, I think that provides an additional service to our families that may be affordable. I know with the Boys and Girls Club, I think it's like $10 a month for before care for the students. So it's very reasonable with regard to that. So anyways.
How do they get to the school then? The Boys and Girls Club does it at the school?
Yes, they do it at the school.
How would the Y do that?
They would be at the school as
They
well.
would do it at the school. What about moving the Judy Center to Rock Hall?
The Judy Center is specific to the catchment area within the area of Garnett, so it has to be centralized in Garnett. If we wanted to do another Judy Center, then we'd have to make another application, and it would have to be centralized to that particular school. One of the things we could do, and we've talked about, is moving the behavior, the district behavior program to a different school, and that would free up one classroom.
I'm afraid if we got rid of the out of what do you call it?
Out of zone.
Out of zone, that some of those parents might just withdraw their kids. I don't want to do. Couldn't we move kids who, just without redistricting the whole school district, just move the line closer to Rock Hall, so that we got more kids from, or I guess closer to Garnett, so we could move more kids to Rock Hall? I mean, it seems like the easiest thing to do.
Well, again, you'd have to make sure that you're not moving the line in such a way that you're going to create a school zone area that perhaps is uneven for a number of reasons, due to ethnicity, due to free and reduced lunch status. You have to, when we went through the redistricting that we did for the 3 elementary schools, we had to bring in a consultant and make sure that all of that was done right. And they actually put a pin for every student and looked at a variety, because sometimes you can say, well, yeah, you just have to move this line a little bit over to this direction, but maybe there are not that many students that are going to be affected, so then you're going to have to move the line even further. So I don't know that we have the tools just to make a decision, just to move a line.
But Rock Hall just seems to have so many fewer students, and seems really kind of intolerable what we have at Garnett. I think we've got to do
Right.
something.
Well, if you'll recall, I'm just going to remind us, when we looked at doing the redistricting the first time, there were a segment of the population that were supposed to go to Rock Hall, but the school board made a decision because parents came out and they were upset about the fact that their child was going to have to go to Rock Hall, so we made an adjustment with the consultant to make sure that there was an even distribution of families within all of the areas. And so that change there could have meant about, I think it was probably about 20 students at that time. So, you start making some adjustments with the boundaries, and it could have a lasting effect in terms of what you end up with. So initially, when we made the recommendation for the boundaries, there was a segment that was supposed to go to Rock Hall Elementary, but the decision was those students would go to Garnett instead.
I know, I've been through it on another school board in another state. It is very difficult to do
Yeah.
redistricting, but it does seem that, we have a kind of underpopulated school.
Yeah.
and it's
I
the
mean, we
closest
could
to-
certainly go back and look at that area again and see if that makes a difference. But you've got a lot of students that are going out of zone right now.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So let's talk just about the out-of-zone kids for a second. Is 26 kids enough to make a significant enough change at Garnett if those 20, I'm just asking, I don't know if that's a drop in the bucket or not.
I mean,
I'm
technically, it's
seeing
one
flow-
classroom, but
Okay.
they're all spread out throughout different.
So I got
grades,
another
right.
question. Who makes the decision about whether a kid is accepted out of zone or not?
Student services. I guess.
Student services.
Okay. And is there any sort of thing as a cap? I'm just wondering how 26 out of zones ended up at Garnett. Do you know what I know Jillian said she didn't know, but I'm guessing that it's disproportionately big at Garnett.
And you
Yes.
said that there were 6 that were staff
6 that are
kids.
staff.
Okay.
Doesn't
then
some,
20.
does some of that out of zone actually include kids that actually shouldn't even be in our school system?
Not the official ones.
No, I
but
know,
there are-
not the official.
Yes,
'cause-
we
okay.
believe there are
Okay, because I heard you say
several
official.
that are
so,
not
yeah.
official.
Several, okay, I just want to clarify, several that are not official that are coming, explain that, because
So, let me explain that. So you've got a couple of, for instance, we had a couple of appeals to the superintendent's, to my attention, where they started out the school year living in zone, and then for a variety of reasons, maybe the mom is incarcerated, or it could be a number of other reasons, they then live with another family member that is out of district. And so those parents petitioned to go ahead and let them finish out the school year. Because at that time, once it was determined that they were living out of district, then it was a matter of, do you send them back to their home school with only a month left of school? So in some cases, it would be for a variety of reasons. In some cases, we have parents that don't really tell the truth with regard to where they reside, and they use other addresses, and of course, they have to provide proof of residency, but for whatever reason, we've made a determination that they aren't living where they are. The PPW, which is the pupil, that works in the pupil services and the student services area, that goes out and actually does an investigation to determine whether they are living in the district. sometimes that takes time, and it's not, it's not that easy to verify right away that that child is not living in our district. So we do our best, and I can probably let Ms. Williams speak to that better than I can, but, we do our best, and we have to rely on information. In one case, we found out that a parent was actually using a wrong address because we had another student that enrolled, and then they enrolled using that address.
Twice now.
So twice. So we had the student that was supposedly residing at that address, and then we had another student that enrolled with that same address. So sometimes we do our best, and I don't think it's any different than any other school system in terms of we have some of our own students that should be attending our school that we know for a fact are not living in Queen Anne, but they're using a neighbor's address or a family member's address in order to attend another school system. It happens all over the state. It's not just here in Kent County.
So I just have a follow-up question to Tricia's comment. Out of the 26 out-of-zone placement, do we know where their home schools are?
We know.
Okay,
I
so-
don't have it broken down. I believe it's,
Well, it would be
Well, but
Galena or Rock Hall.
Well, what I'm asking is because I don't know if that number is,
I think it's
You
about
know,
equal between Galena and
about
Rock
equal.
Hall.
but my question now, it seems like it's like the number should be around 50. That should be somewhere else out of the building. I mean, that's what it feels like, but I don't know if that's the right number. And then
Even things out.
will that number, whatever that number is, if it's 100 students or 61 or 50, what does that do to the building? Is that sufficient? And I think I would just ask,
We looked at, and I, again, fill in, Ms. Rose, if you want to. I asked that information from Ms. Rose to see exactly where the majority of the students are that are out of zone. And it really is in the primary grades, first grade in
First grade.
particular.
16.
Wow.
So it would make a difference.
So in that case it was, but in that first grade, it is 16.
so.
16 of the 26 are in the first grade?
Yes.
Well, it's 62, I think, in first grade or 61.
No, but I mean,
No,
16 of the 26 out of zone are in the first grade?
Yes.
So then I guess I'll just ask a different way. What is the number of students? I mean, if there was a, we're looking at
The
the
magic
maps and we
number.
see that we're doubling up on classrooms and it seems like the building flow is just off to begin with, right?
Right.
But then the amount of students, but I'm just trying to funnel down to, yeah, and it's not like a number tonight, but certainly we need to talk about this moving forward. But I'm just wondering if we can get to that.
A number of what?
If we
That would
were
make the
looking at
difference.
out of zone or looking at redistricting, what would Garnett need
Oh.
to get back to some sense of
Normalcy.
functionality?
Yeah.
Where it's not just all over carts or doubling up in fourth grade gym or something like that.
Well, I mean, for sure, if you look at, say you were able to save in a classroom in first grade, or I guess those students are going to second grade next year. That would be one classroom, because that's basically a teacher. So that's one classroom. If we were to move the district program to another school, that would be two classrooms. I mean, that's a start.
How difficult would it be to move the Garnett fifth grade to the middle school?
I don't know that they have space for that.
Well, and the way the middle school is laid out, they have each grade in its own area. It would be,
Yeah.
I think it would be difficult to
It
sort
would
of
be,
wedge
it
in
would
a
be
fifth
really
grade.
difficult. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't know that that makes a lot of sense with
Yeah.
regard to moving.
I think there are a lot of problems with it.
Yeah.
I think the easiest thing is to just move the boundary a little bit. But, and they're all Title I
That's not
schools.
as
the most
easy
difficult
as it
thing.
sounds.
Easy as it sounds.
Well,
But I'm not opposed to it, but I'm
We should
saying
look
that
into
we need to make sure that we're looking at all aspects of it. And what I'm saying is, if we've already got the boundary set to where students go to different schools, and it's already set within the existing boundaries, shouldn't we start there? That's my question.
I would just like us to see, maybe we can, we have these details here in front of us, and really have the team look over, because it is concerning now that we hear 60 students in one class at gym. That's concerning to me as well. There's a lot of, things that we can do here. I think we should really investigate this as we go into the summer and figuring out a plan. Is it a lottery system? Is it moving the boundary lines? Is it creating more? I just think there's a lot of pathways we can focus on. And I don't want us to get in the weeds tonight. This is just me.
Yeah, this is our first
But
stab at it.
really thinking about and maybe holding some stakeholder conversations with our staff at these schools and with our parents, and really trying to figure out what method we can go to make this more equitable across the county. This is something we deal with, even in my county that I teach in, where, we're busting at the seams of 35 students, some 40 students in one class, versus where you go to other schools in the county and they have nice class sizes of 20 to 15, 11. Even within the building, we deal with this inequity of like some teachers teaching 6 kids versus a teacher teaching 35. So really trying to figure out what method. I would like us to really put that in focus this year, if not next month, to really figure out which method we can go down.
Yeah, what I would propose is that this is an opportunity for you to think about what was presented. We need to put it on the agenda for next month so that we can continue the conversation, but parents are looking to have an answer with regard to their out-of-zone requests, so that they can make arrangements for the school and for the start of school. And as you recall, we've got an early start this year, so we've got August. We start in August. So,
I thought out-of-zone requests are always with the consideration as if there's room, and there doesn't seem to be any, so.
It is, and I think also just sticking to what Dr. Couch just said, also making sure we stick to that guideline of when we look at approving out of zone, because sometimes, I think like back in the day, like when Writ Scores was here, I knew we had moved it to like later in August, because unfortunately, some parents wait till the last minute to register. So like when we look at, say, the end of June, beginning of July, of a class size, because that's what happened with that kindergarten, when we saw at one point, that and the 3rd grade were about the same size. But then as the school year started, they start registering. Once they see the bus start going to school supplies in the stores, they start coming on in. So it's like, it's one of those, I think, looking at that, really trying to push that back as far as we can. And now that parents know they have that other option of the before care and after care through the other sites besides that Parks and Rec piece, that will help. Because they get anxious when they don't hear in, the end of July, am I able to go to that school? Because they have to start making arrangements. I think they should start looking for that, just knowing that, because based on, we do have certain formulas that, based on class size, whether we should, allow students to be granted out of zone. But I think that date of when we do grant those is important as well, because unfortunately people wait till the last minute, if they've moved into the area, or they've kind of wait till the end, and those last couple of weeks right before school, that's when we get a lot of movement, and that's when it's like a class that was 20, it's always that bubble class. I don't want them to come in and you get a family and there's 1st graders ready to come in, you're like, that's not good for you. So we just have to, I think, watch that date too. That's important.
And also, all the out-of-zone students have to apply every year. And the deadline is June 15th. So.
Some of the kids up there, the teachers' kids, it's contraction, right? Yes.
no, I don't think it's contractual.
But the language is in the contract, if there's room.
If there's room.
There's room, exactly. So then you have the union, who's pretty nothing. Who's making a little contract like so that's another problem.
So if we come back next month and we revisit the out of zone, that's late.
Well,
Or not.
it definitely is a later date than we have approved in the past, because parents have a deadline for turning in their requests, and many of them want to hear something. They're already calling us by the first week in August, trying to find out, if their child is going to be accepted in the school. It certainly is not going to give us enough time to do a redistricting. We're not going to be able to get redistricting done in a month. That I can assure you. So the only option that we have to take care of this immediately would be looking at out-of-zone requests.
So is it impossible for us to come back next month after we take a look at this, have some additional information brought back regarding, bless you, regarding numbers? What would Ms. Rose say, or the staff administration at Garnett, what would they say is the number? And then we have an idea of looking at the out-of-placements, will 26 make an immediate, impact or not? And then I think the conversation has to continue as to what is long-term, what's short-term, right?
Yeah, I think there's two issues at hand. There's a long-term solution and there's a short-term solution. I agree with you.
But we don't have much time for short-term.
Short-term is next month.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of moving parts here because we're just not thinking about the out of zone. We're also thinking about the spacing as well, because that's also concerning as well. Even though we might think about whatever the decision might be, you're still at a loss of space there as well, that we also have to keep that in the back of our minds as well.
There's a church right across the street with a parking lot. Is there any possibility of renting rooms? And some churches have classrooms. Would that be something that we could do to rent space?
I think that would be difficult to monitor and to be able to provide the same opportunities. You'd have kids walking across the parking lot trying to get to classes and specials, and I think it would be problematic.
It just seems like we use a lot of space for the little, really little kids. I'm just wondering, they aren't wandering around all by themselves. I just think it's something we should possibly look at. Because I don't know anything about that church, but a lot of churches have classroom space that they use for Sunday school, but they don't use the classrooms during the week.
So we won't solve this tonight.
No. I mean, I would like, if everyone's in agreement, I'd love to be able to talk about this next meeting, the out-of-zone placement. And then additionally, and throwing something else out there, can we get a roundabout number as to what it would cost to have portable classrooms? One or two? It's expensive, I'm sure, but I would love to know what that looks like.
Okay.
That's what you
Is there any room on Garnett's grounds for a
We're
classroom?
landlocked.
Yeah, back in there is.
It's pretty well landlocked, but,
No, and
Yeah.
the parking lot's not that big.
We can't all fit in the parking lot, all the
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
You might also want to consider, if you look at the numbers of the middle school and us, they only have 34 more students than we do.
Yeah.
So how's that?
Look at the size of the middle school compared to Garnett. Yeah, no, I get it.
So think of that when you're thinking, I think it's a layered thing. I think there's staffing. I
Yeah.
think there's a whole bunch of pieces to the puzzle.
There is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Rock Hall Elementary School School-Based Health Clinic.
Good evening, President Getz and Dr. Couch and members of the school board.
Good evening.
Ms. Jory Mitchell and myself will share with you an opportunity that we've had to partner with Chop Tank Health to create a school-based health center within the school using our concentration of poverty funds. Oh, wait, okay. Pull this out. There we go.
So, hi, my name is Jory. I am, as many of you know, the community school coordinator for Rock Hall Elementary. Just to give you a little background, when completing our needs assessment this year, we gave out surveys to parents, teachers, and staff members, and then we had focus groups, and we concluded by coming to 3 areas of focus for our school, and those areas of focus were social emotional well-being and development, physical health and wellness support, and after-school care. So when Chop Tank came to us about putting a school-based health center, we were very excited about it because it ended up being one of our focuses for our needs assessment.
So I'll talk a little bit about the school-based health centers. Other districts, Caroline County has a school-based health center through Chop Tank in almost, I believe, all of their school. Every school, and Talbot is getting there.
Chop Tank sort of headquartered down there, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but they are also looking to move into the area. So on Philosopher's Terrace in Chestertown, they'll have an area which, when you're talking about catchment zones, you know, that will be sort of for the Garnett area. But they were looking to move into the Rock Hall area, and one of the things that we found on our needs assessment was transportation for our families for physical health and wellness, as well as just being able to, you know, the internet connectivity for tele-appointments, other opportunities that many families have, some of our families do not have. So what the school-based health center would allow us to do would be have on-site, and we were asked sort of how we wanted it to look. They would be there several days, 2 to 3 days a week, and I think we have another slide. Oh, no, it's on this one. It has a nurse practitioner, physician's assistant. As you probably already know, Chop Tank Health comes into the schools and does dental and some of that. We already have that, you know, partnership with them.
Is there a designated space in the school for
Yep,
that?
and we'll show you.
Okay.
We have a map.
Okay.
So they would be there, but one of the questions they asked is, would we be open to allowing people from the community access to this health center after school hours, which we know that our needs assessment says that we have a strong need for that. Chop Tank has in place a number of sort of regulations and policies and procedures for how to do that safely. It also came into play when we thought about the physical space within the building in terms of having people come in from the community. It wouldn't be during school hours. During school hours, they would provide services for students and staff.
So just some things that we've done so far when they first came to us. We actually went to Ridgely Elementary and met with some staff members from Chop Tank Health. They showed us their health suite where their nurse practitioner sets up, and they kind of just went around the hoops and showed us how it all works.
And I want to piggyback. The reason they had us visit Ridgely is because some of the schools in Caroline County, the health center was planned in the building of the school. So at Greensboro, they have like a giant, you know, beautiful. But in Ridgely, it's an older building. It's more in line with the size of and the age of our building. And so they had retrofitted a health suite in there. So that's why they suggested we see that school.
Yep, thank you. And then after that, then they came to Rock Hall Elementary to view our space and what we had and what we could possibly make work. So we came up with a couple different scenarios, and then we finalized what we thought the best one would be, and then they approved on it. So we had the site proposal. We gave a site proposal to MSDE. Chop Tank helped with this also. We had one first virtual meeting with them, and we showed them the area, and then we should get final approval July 1st. Now, we do have another meeting Wednesday with MSDE. They want to see that we're making progress to fix that we had to put a sink in one of the rooms, so they want to see that we're working towards that, but our final approval is July 1st.
Yeah. And I'll just, in transparency, the sense of urgency is that some of these approvals and for some of this work are changing hands from MSDE to MDH in terms of going through with some of these permits and things. So, and we were told by MSD that MDH would not be approving some of these things for a while once it changes hands. And we really wanted to be able to, address our needs in a timely way as we have these concentration of poverty funds now, so. That's hard to see up there. So we'll just talk it through.
Yeah.
So one of the pieces that they needed was a sink. That really was the non-negotiable, was a sink and access to a bathroom, as well as a space where they could have a waiting area. What do you call the room?
The exam room.
Exam room, that's the room, and then an office. So if you're in Rock Hall Elementary School, you know where the nurse currently is. So that whole suite now will be devoted to, so the conference room and the supply closet. We're kind of living in limbo right now as everything's being moved out. But they will be in that space because they were able to tap into existing plumbing for a wheelchair accessible sink in the exam room, as well as have our server room is behind the storage closet, so they could get in Wi-Fi and electric very easily, and then a waiting room across the hall. It also ensures that everybody comes through the vestibule and eliminates anybody being in any other parts of the building. So it was a real security, it was the best in terms of all of those reasons. Any questions?
Well,
Go ahead.
what will it mean for already the school-based, our nurse or whoever we've got there? What's going to happen with that?
So the way they explained it is she's triage.
Yep.
Okay.
So she can see people. The benefit is if someone comes to her and she thinks they need a strep test or a COVID test, or also we know a number of our students were late enrolling and registering in school because of immunizations. They can be provided at school, so we can get our kids in day one instead of waiting and having to call for these things. So she's the first line, and through our concentration of poverty funds, we have an RN. So we do, but then that they can call in prescriptions. They can do tests or vaccines or immunizations, and we spend a good deal of time kind of tracking people down to make sure that those are done in a timely manner when students turn 5. And now it's a service provided right there, eye exams.
Is Shop Tank responsible for hiring the staff?
They provide the staff.
And
How many years do we have our poverty grant? How long is that?
That's part of the Kerwin.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, you know how, I think it's amazing, but you know how grants are. Once the grant runs out and we've gotten so used to it, then we have to find room for it in our
Yeah.
budget.
I
so-
don't believe that we are funding any of this.
No.
We're providing them space.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
I mean,
Yeah, so the concentration of poverty grant is the money that's utilized to hire the additional RN and provides for jury to be the.
Doesn't Garnett have one too?
Yes.
That's how, okay.
Right. But Chop Tank, this is not paid for out of the concentration of poverty grant.
This
Okay.
is their own program.
it's their own program, and we are just providing them, just like we do with
Just a
the Rock
space.
Hall Police.
And,
you know.
and it would be staffed and they would be on site every day?
Yes.
I don't believe it's every
No,
day,
she said about 2 to 3 times a week.
Wow.
but we know what days they are.
Regularly
so.
scheduled 2 or 3 days a week.
Yep.
I think this is a wonderful thing for the school and for the Rock Hall community. I think, as somebody with kids, I know that we are a little bit of a pediatric desert out here, and I think this is going to have a great impact on our families, so.
We do too, and I mean, we have a number of volunteers. We're really, really rich with people who care about the community and want to support. And
Yeah.
transportation is a legal
Yes.
barrier, because people are like, well, I'll take them, but you can't. You can't just transport families or so this is kind of bringing it to them within their community.
So I just want to ask a question. Who has the final medical jurisdiction? Something happens and you have the county provided healthcare or a health professional, and then you have Chop Tank and something happens and who's calling the shots? Like who takes over?
So what happens is, like Ms. Beer was saying, every student first initially sees a nurse. If she, or school nurse, if she feels they should go to Chop Tank, there's a form
That's
that they
the-
fill out. The form
So there's a
then,
handoff.
yep, Chop Tank
Okay.
then calls the parent to get permission. They then become their patient. They have to fill out all of the insurance information and all. So then they are the
Yeah.
liability.
But we can't just send them without parent permission or anything.
Okay, thank you.
And if there were an emergency, our school staff is responding still to someone falls on the
How
playground.
does the community component work? The after-school hours? I know, I was there Friday for the farmer's market, and the number of people who showed up for those services, and they were all walk-ups, was amazing. And people that you wouldn't have assumed, if you look at someone and you think whether or not they need the service, it can be very, very, you'd be surprised.
Everything will be scheduled. She said she would have a schedule, and then we would know before we even left for the day what parents or what community members they would be seeing that evening.
Okay.
I had a question. I think this is a great thing, and it should be in all schools, but what I'm wondering, we keep talking about equity. This seems like, much better than what the other two elementary schools have. How's that equitable?
So I know they are just slowly, this is their first step. They just slowly started coming into Kent County and Queen Anne's. They're going into 2 schools, hopefully according to approval, 2 schools in Queen Anne's, and they wanted to start with us in Kent County, knowing our needs assessment and being 30 minutes away from Chestertown, and that transportation being a big barrier. They are putting an office in Philosopher's Terrace, so it could try to be local. And then they did say their next step is to hopefully get into the other schools.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just starting in with the counties where they already weren't established.
Getting a foothold in, yeah.
You have any other slides?
That's great. Are there any additional questions?
It's a good program.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the student member of the board recognition.
Okay, President Getz, members of the board, this is our opportunity to recognize Sam for his ongoing support for the school board as a student member of the board. I'll just read, because I want to make sure that I don't leave anything out. He served as, obviously, he was our student member of the board for this school year, and he also served in many student organizations. He was elected as the executive president for the Kent County Association of Student Governments, president of National Honor Society, social media representative for Kent County High School. He's also a member of the Interact Club, the Spanish Honor Society. He is an Eagle Scout, achieving that ranking when he was 15 years old. During his high school career, he also participated in cross country for 3 years, and was the student athletic representative for the Athletic Boosters. He earned the seal of biliteracy in 2020 and is a Maryland Association of Student Council certified presenter. As you know, Sam was the valedictorian for the class of 2022, and he will be attending Columbia University in the fall. I also have a proclamation to read on behalf of the school board, naming Samuel Oliver Buckle as the 2021-22 Kent County Student Member of the Board, whereas Samuel Oliver Buckle has enhanced his knowledge of the governance of the school system by tirelessly serving as student member of the board during the 21-22 school year, and whereas he is given of his own time to serve with the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education, whereas he has represented the students of Kent County Public Schools by providing input and information to our board members and stakeholders, and whereas he has personified integrity through high moral and ethical standards while serving as a student member of the board, now therefore be it resolved that Kent County Board of Education does hereby officially recognize Samuel Oliver Buckle for his service and dedication to his position as student member of the board, Kent County, Maryland, for the school year 2021-22, passed and approved this 13th day of June 2022. And then I also have a certificate of recognition for Sam as well. So if you'll.
Can we get a picture?
Typically, the board likes to have a picture with you, so all the board members. I know. I know that's a formal presentation, but I do want to share our warmest regards and our wishes for your success and your future. And thank you very much for your input and your dedication. And I certainly appreciate everything that you've done for us this year. So thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the ratification of the 2022-2023 Kent County Teachers Association negotiated agreement.
Thank you, President Getz, Dr. Couch, school board members. This is an action item. The purpose is to bring the 2022-2023 Kent County Teachers Association negotiated agreement to you for final approval. Representatives from the KCTA team have agreed on a one-year negotiated agreement for the 2022-2023 school year. This agreement starts with a one-step salary increase on the existing salary scale on July 1, 2022, and a 4.25% COLA. The administration recommends the approval of the 2022-2023 agreement between the Kent County Teachers Association and the Kent County Board of Education.
Okay, as Mr. Hush had mentioned, the administration is recommending approval for the 2022-2023 agreement between the Kent County Teachers Association, KCTA, and the Kent County Board of Education. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the 2022-2023 agreement between the Kent County Teachers Association and the Kent County Board of Education.
Mr. Johnson has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
And to sign the agreement, Mrs. Walters from KCTA is here in attendance to sign.
Oh, I jumped in.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Walters. Mr. Hushin, we have the ratification of the 2022-2023 Kent County Education Support Professionals contract.
Yes, thank you again. This is also an action item. We are bringing this report forward for final approval. Representatives of the KCESPA team have agreed on a one-year negotiated agreement for the 2022-2023 school year. This agreement starts with a one-step salary increase on the existing salary scale on July 1, 2022, and a 4.25% COLA. The administration recommends the approval of the 2023 agreement between the Kent County Educational Support Professional Association and the Kent County Board of Education.
Okay, as Mr. Hushin has stated, the administration is recommending the approval of the 2022-2023 agreement between the Kent County Educational Support Professional Association, known as KCESPA, and the Kent County Board of Education. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Members for their team were unable to attend this evening, but if we can sign, and I have an appointment scheduled tomorrow with their president of their Association to sign.
Can we sign that now so we don't forget?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I just don't trust myself. So. There you go.
Congratulations. Is this your first negotiation?
Yes.
Full year.
Full cycle, yes.
First solo.
Had to bring them forward last year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the personnel actions.
Thank you, President Getz. Each month, the board receives a report of personnel actions that is reviewed and discussed during closed session. Those personnel actions are then voted upon in the open session. The administration recommends approval of the stated personnel actions.
As Mr. Hutchin has stated, the administration is recommending approval of these stated personnel actions. Do we have a motion to do so?
I move that we approve the personnel actions.
We have a motion by Dr. Costa. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? One opposition. The opposition was Mr. Johnson.
Sorry.
The motion passes. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the first public participation session for the evening. Ms. Gale, do we have a? We do not. We do not, okay. We will move on to the next agenda item, which is the Kent County Teachers Association.
They do not have a report this evening.
Okay. Then we'll move on to number 7, which is the board discussion. Mr. Buckle, would you like to go first?
Good evening, Dr. Couch, President Getz, and fellow board members. Thank you again to all the Kent County Public Schools staff, faculty, admin, and employees for a successful 2021-2022 student board session. I hope that with this work and appreciation of student voices, we can bring continued change and equity to KCPS. I'm super excited to watch the future of the board, and especially the work of the 2022-2023 SMA, Braden Wallace. Thank you to everyone who has worked this school year with Kent County Public School Vision. Thank you to the student government who has kind of put up with me pushing more of the board's ideas and commitment into the SGA to make the SGA run more like a board of education and with the same ideas and values as a board. That's all I really have to say about that, but thank you. And then moving on, happy Pride Month. Wishing all Kent County Public Schools students a wonderful summer break and a last week of school for those who are still attending, and good luck to those middle school students and high school students who are taking finals this week and finishing their culminating projects. Congratulations to the class of 2022 for their commencement, and to the class of 2026 for their promotion, which is coming up. This concludes my final board report.
Thank you, Mr. Buckle.
Yeah.
Dr. Costa.
I've attended various school functions, but this is a long meeting, and I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it short also and just say, again, congratulations to Sam and best of luck to you in your future endeavors. I plan to attend the 8th grade graduation in the morning. And,
Promotion.
Thank you, promotion in the morning.
Promotion.
And I recently attended a MABE session about new laws passed in 2022 affecting schools, and there's lots of policy things that we'll be implementing, I think, so it's going to be a busy year. And I also echo Sam's happy Pride Month to everyone. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Ms. McGee?
I'll make mine short and sweet, too. I want to congratulate Sam, and I hope he serves as an example for other Kent County Public Schools of what you can aspire to be. And I know that you'll be a link, you can be a mentor to them. Graduation was great. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Sorry, I have a hard time keeping it short. Commencement was great. I thought that was always a pleasure to hear. The speeches from our students are always on point, and always I go home from that reflecting on that every year. The senior awards were lovely. I was able to attend the Rising Senior Night. it was very informational. That's something we didn't have when I was in school. I actually learned more just sitting in the listening about the college process and the career process than I had ever knew before. So that was also good. I want to echo Happy Pride Month as well. This is a time where we should celebrate for all those individuals celebrating. Sam, thank you for your hard work and your service to this board and to your student body. I wish you the best of luck as you go on to Columbia with such a great institution, and we know you will do great things up there and great things for our community and the fight for justice and peace. Wanted to turn your attention to the MABE workbook that is in front of you. This MABE workbook is our equity workbook, leading for educational equity through school board governance. This was sponsored by News ELA, one of our school providers. This goes into how to create a more equitable policy when we're making policy and making decisions on this board. I want to invite you next week. I want to say it's the 23rd. If I'm not correct, but next week we actually have a training session through MABE on the equity workbook that is open to just not school board members, open to school staff as well, to understand this work and this workbook and how we can create more equitable policies. As well, I have something else in here. As you know, we have some Juneteenth events coming up as well. I wanted to share a quote from a book that I was reading. And it says, "Nothing you do for children is ever wasted. Every child deserves a happy childhood. Every child deserves to be looked upon with love. Every child is the key to the better world for which we hope." And I would just want to give a shout out to all the teachers and the educators. This was a very stressful year, a very challenging year here for Kent County Public Schools. A lot of building transitions, a lot of social emotional health crisis. A lot happening in one jam-packed year, but it seems like our students and our educators, our parents, our stakeholders have all been resilient. And I wish everyone a good summer and know that the work that you did just by that quote has never been wasted. And then when we look at our children, we do, and I saw this through the classrooms I attended, the events we attended, we looked at them as children with love. We looked at them with children with hope and success to change this world. So again, shout out to a successful a school year, however you look at it, but a school year that we were able to continue to educate and continue to move past those challenges that we face this year, and looking forward to what we can come up with next year as we move forward in our educational time together.
Thank you. I just want to echo Mr. Johnson's comments for all the administrators, staff, and school employees for everything that's been, this has been a hard year, and just the ending of this school year coming, I wish you all absolute rest, and just enjoy your time with your families, and just try to breathe a little bit, just walk outside and look at the sun and just take it all in. But also, I just wanted to comment to you, Sam, your career has been amazing. And, we always hear little snippets in newspapers about what students do down the line and what they're, we hear those little moments. And I'm looking forward to hearing that with you. You are, the world is it's in your hands. And it's just really exciting to see what you've done and what, I can't even begin to imagine what you're able to do. So I wish you the best of luck for that. You're a rock star, and it's just really cool to see. Hopefully you can send some emails or kind of let us know, or some newspaper articles or something about what's going on there. It'd be great to hear from you. So thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Joe, can I say one thing I forgot?
Please.
I wanted to thank Ms. Ranville and Dr. Fluke for the presentation on Garnett, and I think what they did shows the value of the Citizens Advisory Committee. I think the Citizens Advisory Committee allowed collectively to put an issue that's really urgent. It was a kick in the seat of the pants for us. I feel like it's put it on the fast track, and that we're talking about it, and we're going to have some sort of, it'll be a short-term solution because we're the larger picture of what we're going to do with the middle school and everything else. But I think it had value in the committee talking about it for a couple of months and just sort of convincing ourselves of how important it was. So again, thank you very much for a well-done presentation and for sticking with it. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you as well. One other thing that I wanted to add is tomorrow night, I don't know if President Getz wanted me to share, but June 14th at 6 p.m., President Getz and I will be attending a virtual roundtable with the Maryland State Board of Education and Maryland State Department of Education. That will be facilitated by the President of the State Board of Education, Clarence C. Crawford, and the Vice President, Charles DeShield, and the State Superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry. That will be available on YouTube, and I will pass this along to somehow we can get this up on the school Facebook page, so folks who are willing to attend can attend.
Live?
Yes, it will be live streamed.
Great. Okay, the next portion of the meeting is Education Services, and the first item on the agenda in that section is, is the Social Emotional Support presentation. Goodness gracious.
President Getz, Dr. Couch, board members, good evening.
Good evening.
The purpose of this presentation is to highlight programming and supports that Kent County Public School has utilized to impact mental health. Last month I was here, I presented about school safety, and I talked about the crisis teams. So tonight I just want to let everybody know not only do these teams focus on safety during crisis, but the teams also function as a wellness team. What is mental health? Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It determines how we handle stress and relate to others and make healthy choices. Mental health is shaped by society, our environment, community, family, and individual. If students are more mentally healthy, they are more likely to go to school ready to learn, use appropriate problem-solving skills, and have less aggressive behaviors in school. I'm sorry. Just tap. Yep.
Okay, so in light actually of what you all just mentioned too, I want to, it's amazing when you think back to last July and August and then think through this entire year. I think that we have been through more change this one school year than any I can remember, I don't know, maybe ever. So just as we talk through this tonight, we want to kind of take you back to the mindset of where we were when we started the beginning of this school year. So thinking about, the pandemic, when we had students go out in March of 2020, some came back last year to school, some didn't, some we didn't see since, from March 2020 to September of 2021. I mean, it was a long time. And so we know that thinking about students and families, for some it was a really negative, stressful time, thinking about loss, isolationism, and it was just some of the hardships that the pandemic caused for families. Whereas other families we know took this time as, looked at it in potentially more of a positive light, as in, okay, wow, I get to slow down a little bit, I get to spend some more time with family, and I get to focus on some things that kind of I want to do because I'm not ripping and racing around with, everything that life brings. So just knowing that we had students coming and families coming to us from different mindsets, really. All right, I'm going to try to work this thing. Okay, just got to tap it really light. Okay. again, sort of taking us back to when we went out for the pandemic and when we came back in, thinking about all of the things that was happening across the nation and society. We had a lot of the racial tensions. We had, again, a lot of information that was being shared on television about the pandemic, and a lot of people really also didn't understand the impacts of the virus itself. So a lot of interpretation of the same data in different ways, right? Think about this time last year, we had worked so hard on trying to figure out how are we going to create relationships with students virtually, because that was a whole different world, right? And it's very different than creating relationships face to face, knowing that that's what we had to do when kids came back. Thinking about just the frayed connection that students had with their schools because maybe they hadn't been there in over a year. And then also trying to tiptoe around some of those things that might trigger some of those trigger the trauma that you might not realize that you're walking into. So I'm just trying to take you back to the mindset of where we were beginning at the beginning of this school year. So again, we had to think about students riding a bus, walking in the hallways, eating lunch with other students, following the rules and expectations of a school building and a classroom, transitioning between classes, and my goodness, the stamina to sit through a class when you're at home, you can get up and kind of take that break when you need it. So thinking about all those things, we also were thinking, we were trying very hard to predict what would behavior be like when students returned. And let me get my notes here. And it's interesting because, you think about a teacher. We're very used to taking students where they are academically. But we're not, classroom teachers, and I'm going to speak because I was one for quite a number of years. We're not used to or accustomed to taking on that loss of social growth on such a grand scale. I mean, that's not what we're trained to do overall. And, some students, I'm not saying all, but some students did lack that structure and routine found in a school environment. And thinking about some of the exposure to social media, the inappropriate behaviors on there, and coping, a lot of times what's on the internet or on YouTube sometimes is not the most positive way to show students how to attack or approach a problem, right? I mean, we're not always seeing the best behavior. So thinking about that and remembering that some of our students were, fourth graders when they left us, sixth graders when they came back, eighth graders when they left us, 10th graders when they came back. And my goodness, think about your pre-Kers and your kindergartners who started school in a mask. So think about what that's looking like. Think about, as an adult, how much you rely on facial expressions to determine somebody's emotion, what they're thinking, and then all you could see were eyes. And I can remember one of my coworkers has a child that's a pre-Ker, and she said to me, this was just this past spring, she said, I hope we get rid of the masks soon because I'm at home and my 5-year-old says, Mommy, are you happy or sad right now? Because we don't realize how much you rely on that body language to determine that. So I kind of just want to take you back to what we were facing back in July, August, and September as we were getting ready for school. All right, Van, your turn.
Prior to the pandemic, MSDE and MDH, some of our students took a survey, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. And there's 2 questions we took from there. As you can see, the first one, 30% of our students they experienced feelings of sadness and hopelessness within the past 2 weeks. The nation average was 37%, so we was right there in the average. Then the second one, the percentage of our students that would feel comfortable seeking help from one or more adults in their life, it was 76%, and the nation average was 77%.
So again, we knew we had a gap. This was prior to COVID, right?
The next slide here shows different assessments. This first one is suicide risk assessment. In 2020, we had 16. In 2021, we had 5. This year, we had 78.
Will you clarify that that was suicidal thoughts that they had? We didn't actually have
We,
suicides.
no, we didn't have suicides. This is suicide assessments.
Thank you.
That's when the students may have thoughts.
So Francois, this is a student saying, in one way, shape, or form or another, saying, I'm having suicidal thoughts. And so when those, and Maureen and Tanya are sitting right over here, they could, talk a little bit more, but it's when those kinds of words are said, there has to be a risk assessment done. And so that's what we're saying, there were 78 this year so far.
And that was for all grade levels?
That was for all grade levels.
Okay, thank you.
We
Did
got
you
them
have
broken down by school. If you'd like to hear it broken down by school.
No, the number is just
Okay.
alarming enough, yeah.
Did you have Challenge Day this year?
We did not.
Are you going to go back to it?
Yes.
This slide here showed our suspension data this year, as well as in 2020. If you notice, in 2020, we had 352 suspensions between September and March. This year, we had 354 to September up to this date. So in 2020, that's when the pandemic started. We ended school early. We left in March. If we stayed in school, our number suspension rate probably been higher. The numbers probably been higher than what they were this year. And out of 354 suspensions, 69 students, it was repeat offenders. And some of the things they got suspended for were something that we expected when we turned back to school, was verbal aggressive, physical aggressive, leaving class, and not following directions.
So the data is telling us that we only had 2 more suspensions than we had in 2020?
Right.
And
Yes.
we didn't even finish the school year
Yes.
then. It's just interesting.
It is interesting, isn't it? And so, but I think the nature, I think, Navik, it's the severity of some of the behaviors that are just more than we experienced before. I don't know, I don't know how to say
understand
that any differently.
I know what you're saying.
Any way of knowing back in 2020, how many of those 352 were repeat offenders
700.
compared to
I
the
don't- I-
repeaters we had this year?
I don't know off the top of my head, and it probably wouldn't be easy to gather.
I'm surprised that the numbers from 2020 and 2022 are so
Me too.
close.
We were.
Based on other data, I would have thought there had been a huge increase.
I'm wondering if maybe alternative methods rather than suspension were being used because of the social and emotional trauma that the kids were dealing with. So I mean, that number seems equivalent, but actually more children were probably on the verge of suspension.
Right, yeah.
That's a
I
conversation
don't
we had
know
earlier
if,
today.
Maureen, you or Tanya could speak to any of that? Or Courtney, I'm sorry, I didn't see, you were over there in the other corner.
Yeah, I definitely believe that the interventions that mentioned by alternatively really help out that number. It still seems big, but in the
Yeah.
grand scheme of things.
Why don't you guys come up here with us, just in case there's questions?
Look at them racing up here.
This next slide here is basically just saying that we had to take care of ourselves first before we could take care of our students. And knowing this, we provided training for staff. Here's a list of trainings from this year that was offered on the professional development days. These trainings relate to mental health, social emotional learning, and crisis management. Some of these trainings begun prior to COVID and are ongoing. I'll leave them up for a second so you can view them.
Were any of these required trainings that everyone attended?
ACEs
Yes.
was required for everyone. Child abuse mandated reporting, gang awareness, de-escalation strategies, youth suicide prevention and post-prevention, bullying recognition and response. Those were all required.
Thank you.
Is that bundled into the safe school stuff?
Much of it.
Most of it.
The ACEs was not, but the rest, yes. So, in one of our last slides, you're going to see that, whereas we had a lot of trainings and professional development in those areas, I mean, we're still working very hard to get it down to the teacher in the classroom level. So whereas these things were offered, not all teachers were able to, or even instructional staff were able to access all of these trainings, because remember, while they're being offered, there's also that, we also are competing with the academic side of the house. So what we know is that we're going to have to continue providing these types of trainings moving forward, because otherwise we'll never be able to get it down to the level where it's needed. So thinking about student supports, you know how when you've heard us over the years talk about Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 in relationship to academics. Well, I want to talk a little bit about it in terms of student supports as well. So Tier 1 is really that universal situation that's happening in all classrooms for all students. So you can see that these are some of the supports that we put in place for all students. We had the social emotional curriculum. Those are some of the curriculum that we used below listed, and that was from elementary through high. Counselors were doing lessons in our classroom around suicide prevention, anti-bullying, drug awareness, suicide awareness, sexual abuse prevention, attendance. Those are some of the ones that are overarching that we all do, along with some of the career and academic lessons. Morning meetings were happening in many of the schools. If you want to know more about morning meetings, Garnett behind me was spectacular in that endeavor this school year. Mindfulness, again, one of the things we always preach, especially at the high school level, is please get involved. If you are involved and connected in a sport or a club or something, your career in high school career is going to be that much more enriched. And Braden called, I don't know, it was probably a couple months ago now, inquiring about how do we start this mental health club, right? And so I would say, you and Miss Miller, I'm just guessing, were probably instrumental in getting that off the ground. So again, I think we'll look forward to hearing more about that as we move forward next year, and we'd love to see that kind of expand into the other schools once we get that off. And Dr. Costa, in terms of Challenge Day, one of the things that this club wanted to kind of really get behind was Challenge Day, and just due to their schedule, we're going to try to schedule something in the fall, and I think we'll get, that club will help us do the heavy lift. So again, you can just see, I think, I'll tell you too, and I'm going to skip down a couple. I think at the bottom, For All Seasons, we reached out to For All Seasons, who's one of our mental health providers, and we had them work with all students in grades 5, 8, and 10, which are testing grade levels, and we had them come in and show students about, some test anxiety, how to reduce some test anxiety. What are some strategies that you can use around that? So, just kind of a little, some out-of-the-box thinking. Tier 2, those are working with your groups of students that are exposed or at risk. This is really where the heavy lift of your school social worker and your school counselors come in, with some support from your outside providers. But you can see, I'm not going to read through all this, but these are some of the strategies that we used the most over the course of the school year. And then Tier 3, these are your individual interventions based on specific trauma. Again, this is a heavy lift between your school counselor and social worker and your outside providers. So you can sort of see how things shift from whole group to really individual. And just again, Van's going to pop back up here in a second, but we just, you can see this is a long list. But we know that this is, we've had a lot of conversations about this over the school year. And we know that, a lot of these are continuations, because if we don't continue, it's not going to become part of the culture of the school. So I don't know if you want to say anything more about this slide.
Sure.
So I'll give you a second to kind of just skim through it, because you may have questions at the end.
I attended the middle school PTA meeting last week, where they were just establishing the PTA, and the state representative from Free State PTA was talking about the committees that they've been recommending to PTAs, and one of them was, we want every PTA to have a safety and mental health committee. So they're really trying to get the parents and everyone involved in that, so this is great. Thank you.
And just to keep it in front of us, I mean, you knew from the beginning of the year that goal 4 was social and emotional wellness. So you can see, I'm not going to go through this slide, but you can see that we really have paid attention to what we said we were going to do, and we've tried to really work on the initiatives that we set forth in the beginning of the school year. So, and again, we have Courtney Miller here, who's the social worker at the high school, Tanya Saunders, social worker at Garnett, Maureen Ranville, school counselor at Garnett. So if you have questions, I mean, they're seeing it on the front lines every day.
Ms. Williams, how are you growing the mentor program? I saw that was one of the goals.
Right, I don't know.
We're working with our mentor or our mentees rather right now. So Mr. Somerville, Mr. James Reed, Mr. Rhodes over here, they're coming to our school. One of them is in the building every single day. So just trying to hone in on the students that would benefit from that.
Are the college still coming doing some mentoring at Garnett? Basketball
Garnett,
team?
We have the men's basketball team that initially started out as a lunch buddy program, and then what we decided to do this year was to help them, well, for them to help us during recess to actually model appropriate, social interaction skills with their students, and they actually love that better than the lunch buddy program. So what we're planning to do next year is not only have the men's basketball team come, but also have the women's team come as well to work with their girls.
Is Rising Sun still coming to Galena? Okay.
Middle schools also, they have different incentives. They're working with Maneri's Dream Alliance for their mentoring.
Great.
I would just love us to, you talked about the morning meetings. I think that is, that is crucial at all levels. One of the things that we did in Montgomery County, we made that a priority. The board made it a priority to have those meetings, carving that time in the morning for every grade level. So I meet with my advisees every day for 30 minutes to go. So I would love to see us go that route and really prioritize mindfulness in our school system. We talk about it, and I see we are making a priority, but making it more an intentional priority, because some of these we saw, even when we look back at the discipline data, when I came to the school district, not discipline in particular, I was sitting in a school with 2,000 odd referrals, highest in the of 212 schools. But when we incorporated these mindfulness practices, whether it be breathing, whether it be whatever it was, we saw a deep dive in our referrals, and we saw that number go down significantly by 1,800. So that was amazing. I think, do we have spaces in all our schools that are spaces for mindfulness that we can attach? I know, not at Garnett, that it's needed. And I think we need to make a better idea of making that a priority. Students need that space outside of, just the counseling office. They need that space, outside. It's just needed. In our wellness room, we have Zen gardens, we have yoga mats, we have guitars, we have couches, we have it makes that space more inviting. It really does. So I think we really do need to hone in and find space in school. We find space for everything else. You can find space for that.
So you can see we call them something else besides safe spaces. Maybe maybe that's not the right phrase, but you can see not implemented at all schools yet. So that's, yeah.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
How do you find 30 minutes of every school day for that? How do you find that in your, I'm just saying, how do you break that into your schedule?
In my county, when I first got there, it was built in the middle of the day. We just made a priority to make that 30 minutes available in the beginning of the school year. So I know it works well on block scheduling. I don't know about everything else, but we made that priority, instructional priority. So, and they do it at Garnett.
That's what we do at Garnett. It's every morning, usually around 9:15 to about at least 9:30. And then if they don't finish it in the morning, sometimes they pick it up in the afternoon, so that it's a relaxing time in the afternoon to discuss how the day was, to pick up on the skill that they learned that day.
That's interesting, huh?
Yeah, so I provide, to take something off the teachers' plates, Tanya and I provide the lessons in Google Slides every day of the week. So it's a different topic. Usually each week is the same theme, and then the topics are different each day.
Without calling anybody out, Mrs. Williams, how many of the schools are doing something like that, of our 5?
Ms. Spiro, are you doing anything at Rock Hall?
We have morning meetings, and I mean, if you really want to see something fabulous, it's mindful yoga in pre-K.
Nice.
Like, that's really, I got to participate, that was something. But yeah, they do morning meetings and afternoon meetings, and I hear, I mean, we were talking about using the before care being a place where kids come and that mindfulness is implemented, whether it's yoga or something.
Right.
So it's definitely a conversation that people are talking about and how to just kind of keep up what is already in place.
And I know Galena started midway through the year. Middle school, same thing, midway through the year. Ms. Hempstead, I don't know if we've carved out specific time. I know one of the strategies we talked about at the high school level was through our English classes, because that's a content that we know we're going to reach every student. And typically what works, yes, we can do circles, but also one of the things that works well with high school kids is to find a piece of text that's kind of, because that puts everybody on the same kind of level. So we read a piece of text about an issue, and then we really start talking about that issue. And once that trust is gained, then you can sort of branch out beyond a piece of text. So that's what we've talked about using at the high school level.
And I think there's also a point where these types of social emotional supports are also good for the classroom. So what some research I've been reading is how do we take our academic lens and then pairing that with a social emotional lens to meet those two pathways in the academic setting. And I think that's going to be very important, because a lot of those things that we hit on, the social emotional learning and mental health, we do that unknowingly in the classroom environment, but being more intentional, including that social emotional objective, that trauma informed objective, and pairing that with the academic language will be key as we move forward.
And I think, I've heard Ms. Rose say it many, many times, and I'm sure Ms. Saunders and Ms. Ranville too. If we don't take care of that side, if we don't take care of that piece, they're not going to be able to access learning anyway. So, we have to pay attention to it.
I think the other question I do have, we talk so much about students, but really being more intentional with our staff as well, finding ways, to include more wellness incentives. Is it yoga? And I think that's coming. It should be coming down the pipe. So,
right.
But I think we also need to keep that in mind, because our staff are just as burnt
Right.
out. I know I've taken more sick days this year than I've ever taken in any job I've been in.
Right.
So it's key.
And actually, this conversation started taking place while we were out, home virtually. And across the state, the conversations were happening in and certainly in the student services, and then I'm sure it bled over into the human resources side of things. But because it was our counselors and our social workers were saying, okay, we're starting to now get requests and calls, and we're starting to counsel our own staff. And, how do we keep up with that side of it when we have students that we have to take care of? And that's where human resources comes in, which is, on another topic, another time, we'll talk about the wellness initiative that we have in place for our
I
staff.
remember when Mrs. Bachman came in the very beginning of the
Right.
school year to talk as the, teacher rep. That was one of the first things she said was that, not being selfish, just saying we have to look after ourselves too.
Right. Okay. We're going to walk away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if possible, could we take, I know we have a lot more agenda items, could we just take maybe a 5 to 10 minute recess, and I can put forward a motion?
Yeah, are we good with 5 or 10, or what would you like?
5.
5 minute? Okay, Mr. Johnson.
I move that we take a 5 minute recess.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson and a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any objections to a 5-minute recess? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none.
This time, we bring before you the end-of-year MAP data. This is a journey that we started together this year at the beginning of the year using the NWEA measures of academic progress. That serves as our local universal screener and also the key data that we use to drive the instruction that's happening for our students. This particular assessment, as well as the instructional strategies, are aligned with both the vision and the mission of our organization. This slide is a review of the goals that we set at the beginning of this school year as a school district. And when we gave the sampling assessment in the beginning of the year, we noted that there was a slight change. We started the year with 30% proficiency at the start of this school year. That is, students performing at levels 4 or 5 on NWEA. And in mathematics, the beginning of the year, 14% scored at the proficient level in terms of levels 4 or 5. Just a reminder that that particular level, students scoring in level 4 or 5, means that they are at the 61st percentile on this assessment. We also have one of our particular goals focused on identifying the achievement gap and how we are working to decrease that achievement gap. I have with me Nicole Boyce, the coordinator of mathematics, as well as Jillian Spiro, not as principal, but as her former role, coordinator of English language arts. So we are going to share a few of the slides here tonight. So Nicole will just tell you a little bit about the Writ Scores.
So, good evening. So I think that we kind of went over this the last time that we presented the data, but this is just a reminder about how MAP sets their Writ Scores. So each season that you administered the test, the target moves a little bit. So we kind of just wanted to remind you of that. So as kids are taking this test, the goal Writ Score that they're trying to achieve increases as the school year progresses. So we've just kind of highlighted some there so that you can kind of see, like for example, a 9th grader in the fall for ELA would need to have a 218. But then in the spring, we would expect that same child to be on grade level at a 221. And then the same goes for math. The other important thing to recognize here, and you're going to see this in our data in a minute, is that these goals, these Writ Score goals, are based on the 50th percentile. So our goal as a district is even higher than that. So we're looking at kids at the above the 60th percentile moving forward.
Thank you. So as you requested, we have sliced and diced the data a variety of ways. So you'll see several slides in here, beginning with the overall and looking at student groups performing at levels 4 and 5. And as you take a look at the screen, you'll see that overall we have basically remained flat with the overall performance in terms of the district percentage. So we started the year with 30% of our students scoring at a level 4 or 5, 31% in the winter, and that remained at 30% in the spring. This is important when we go across and look at the various student groups, again, because one of the things that we are charged with is what are we doing to address the achievement gaps. And both at the district level as well as with our principals, we are able to look and not just at the numbers, but put a name and a face with each one of those scores, which I think is where the work begins. So the power of using this type of assessment is really felt when you can look at the individual student level. The next slide shows the same thing, but now it seems a little brighter in terms of the overall score and performance. It's students performing at levels 3, 4, and 5. And as you heard Nicole mention just a moment ago, as a district, we agreed to look at levels 4 and 5 for our overall district goal. However, on this nationally scored assessment, grade level is equivalent to scoring at the 50th percentile. So that's something just to tuck away as you're looking at the progress that we're making. And I think this shows, again, steady achievement across the year, and we did not see increased learning loss in any of the grade levels, which is significant for us. When we look at the data this way, it shows us now, and again, this was something that as a board you requested, don't just show us the district, but let us look at the individual schools and how the achievement varies from school to school. So, when you look at this, it's very easy to see that 4 out of the 5 schools actually showed growth in the various areas. And some of the schools, 2 of them, Rock Hall and the high school, exceeded the district goal. The district goal was 41% scoring at levels 4 and 5, and Rock Hall achieved a 44%, and Kent County High School 43%. What does that mean? Well, because we are a small district, there's a lot of food behind that thought. There's a lot of pieces to it. It's not just as simple as looking at the growth, but really understanding, what it is that helps students as a whole school achieve that level. So we were able to break down the data and look at it in various ways. One other thing to consider is just by looking at the same thing here, but this will look at students that scored at levels 3, 4, and 5. Again, a little bit, I think, brighter picture, and that is something to be proud of, scoring in levels 3, 4, and 5. We are very interested this year, as you know, as a state, we are giving a brand new state assessment, which means this year we're establishing that baseline data. So keeping that in mind, we don't know how this will compare just yet to our state assessment. It may very well be that we come back in the future and we end up looking at levels 3, 4, and 5. We're not sure yet. We'll have to wait and see.
For public record, can you just remind the public that this is not the state assessment? This is just
Thank you.
This is not what we are judged at the state of Maryland level. So.
Yes, so this is an assessment that we at Kent County Public Schools agreed to utilize to set our goals for the school year. This is again, not the MCAP or the state assessment. And finally, levels 4 and 5, looking at this one, we are now taking a look at comparing how our students performed in the fall of 2021 to the spring of 2022. And again, levels 4 and 5, but looking across all grade levels. So just another interesting way that you had asked us to really think about not only showing the overall, but breaking it down by school, by grade. So we wanted to be sure to share all of that information with you. With the goal being set at 41%, you will see that some grade levels are inching up to that. I think grade 4 is a real celebration. They are overall at 36, which is, again, creeping toward that goal of 41%. And most of the others are right around 30, again, which was our overall score as a district. But if we take a look at it by levels 3, 4, and 5, my goodness, grade 6 at the end of the year, 59% of the 6th graders scored at levels 3, 4, and 5. And that is a huge shout out to the instruction at that grade level this year in particular. So again, I think although we are not where we wish to be, we have a lot of work to do. We wanted, as you had asked, to really take a look at it, to be able to look at the strengths and the weaknesses as well as we think about our goals moving forward. So at this time, I'm going to ask Nicole to step forward and just do a quick walkthrough of the various ways of the mathematics data.
Hello again. So you're going to see basically the same slides, only reflecting the math data this time. So in the fall, we scored at a 14% in the 4 and 5. And I'm happy to report that we have steadily increased that. We didn't quite hit the goal, but we improved 11 percentage points from growth from fall to winter, fall to spring, which I thought was pretty remarkable, considering all of the challenges that we've had. And we're in year 2 of implementing a new elementary math program, where teachers last year, in the midst of our hybrid instruction, we're implementing a brand new curriculum that's very problem-based and hands-on, and they were able to kind of get their feet wet with that virtually last year, and now they've really hit the ground running this year, and I think we're starting to see the effects of implementing that new curriculum. Again, same data, only now we're including the 3s, 4s, and 5s, so we're inching closer and closer. You're seeing some growth here. And then we're going to look at 4s and 5s across schools. So you can see that there's pretty steady growth with all of the schools here. One school in particular hit the target. One was 1% away. And then again, the high school kind of looks different, but we have to remember that their data includes, since they're on that semester schedule, their data includes, in the fall, for example, it was half of the kids that took the test in the beginning, and then the winter score is half of the kids that are taking it in the beginning of their semester, and then kids who are taking it at the end of their semester, and then the spring data reflects the end of semester too. So their data is kind of hard to compare to the other schools because you're talking about different groups of kids there. And then again, by school, 3s, 4s, and 5s. Some pretty decent growth there. And then we're going to look at it by grade. So we can see that pretty much every grade level grew, with the exception for 7th grade. They took a little bit of a dip. And then again, when you include the 3s, 4s, and 5s, there. Questions?
Do most school districts in Maryland use this map?
I don't know about most, but I do know there's a fair number that use the NWEA, and it was one of the acceptable measures when we applied for the Maryland Leads Grant to utilize as a measure of growth and progress.
When do you get the state tests?
This year's going to be a little different than usual because we have some preliminary numbers, but they only reflect multiple choice items right now. We will, and our, in fact, we have some of our staff members that are participating in range finding for the written responses. So the state has to determine, what is proficiency, and so that's what they're working on now. I would imagine that we're not going to see the results from this exam perhaps until, I'll ask our LAC, December.
So since it's the first time we're really giving this test in its full form, standard setting isn't set to occur until the fall, so we won't get those results probably until December.
When we did the early fall assessment, I know we went over this. Where did we land across the state?
We were about in the middle.
Okay.
We were about in the middle. When that information was presented at the state level, Dr. Chaudhary presented that at their board meeting. We felt like, it was really difficult because they didn't rank all of the school systems, but what we did was we actually took a ruler to see where we fell, and we were about in the middle of the pack.
I want to say 17 or something like that.
Yeah, we counted up and we thought we were ranked about 17, and that was just early fall assessment.
Which was supposed to be a sample assessment for the MCAP, correct?
That was supposed to be one of the ways in which they gathered some data. Our students actually took, that was the first time they actually took that test, and it was not a full-blown test. It was a modified test, so it wasn't even.
A good sample
It was a good sample.
Trying to say.
Is Jillian still over there?
She is.
Rock Hall is definitely the standout in these numbers, so congratulations. It's great to see everyone going up, but you guys reached your goals. Thank you.
This next slide is the kindergarten readiness assessment, and again, I don't want to skip over this because I think our early learning teachers really deserve a shout out. What happened here is, although it may look like there's a 1% decrease overall, I will tell you that we are once again back at the top in terms of our performance as a small district on the kindergarten readiness assessment. And yes, that is something that's influenced by the instruction that happens from our staff members. Particularly during the pandemic, we had outreach with play groups with 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds and partnerships within and across the community that really made it possible for our students to succeed. Our kindergarten teachers themselves, when they teach this, they've had intensive training on how to set it up in a natural environment, because this requires the type of, the kindergartners do not sit down and take an assessment. It is measured through child watching. So basically you go in and you are measuring and you're taking anecdotal notes. It's very intensive, and a few items in math and reading are on the iPad, but it takes a lot of time, energy, and effort, and our kindergarten teachers, again, did an outstanding job taking this seriously and showcasing the strengths of our students. So I just wanted to mention that. We are one of the few districts that wanted to set targets this year based on data because there was no state assessment, so we held that standard very high. I remember, and I'm sure you do too, when we first talked about this, we had shared a sampling of our assessment calendar, and it almost made your eyes cross because we were giving so many varied assessments throughout this school year. So looking this year at remaining flat in reading in some areas, some schools doing, outperforming in certain grade levels, outperforming. There's a lot of different ways you can slice and dice the data, but what we found is there's nothing more powerful than looking at it at the individual student level. And that's really what we appreciate the most about measures of academic progress. Our teachers are able to take an individual student's score and look down at what are the needs, what are the strengths, and how can I use that information. And that was done more this year than ever before. The other thing that I wanted to mention in terms of the testing is that there have been a few lessons learned, and I was going to ask Jillian just to share. I know she talked about it with her staff, and can you just share just a quick comment about the amount of testing and then the thought that went into the timing of the testing and everything?
We tried to be mindful, knowing that students, 3 through 5 were taking MCAP. At Rock Hall, there was input from teachers. So instead of setting a full window, knowing which grades took which standardized tests, each grade level team kind of decided the best time based on how long the assessment takes. So, our 4th grade team actually tested in between. We separated MCAP by a week. They tested in between because they thought that they could keep their momentum going, but that the NWEA test is a shorter assessment. So we tried to be really mindful of thinking of ways, times of day, how we gathered makeup tests for the MCAP assessment, to try to keep the energy going, for kids to take this assessment seriously, even though it fell in the middle of, for some grades, 3 and 4 state assessments. Yeah. And other lessons learned in terms of data that isn't like with the reading fluency, we had some things with masks and mics and small groups and background noise, so we really look at sort of the environment in which a student is testing to ensure that, we're giving them the best chance for success.
Thank you. And the last few slides are just showing the dashboard in a more detailed way. So I know that's very hard for the public to see this, but if they have a computer, they can go on and enlarge it. This shows it by grade, beginning grades 3 through 8. And again, and then moving across, you can look at it both by grade and by student group as well. And so in summary, again, our goal was set at 31 to 41, and we remained at 30% proficiency in English language arts. And this was the level of detail in terms of what was needed to make that happen. If we were to achieve that, 70% of the students scoring at a level 3 would have had to move to a level 4 or 5. This was our first attempt, and I think it's something for us to reflect on and be mindful of as we begin to wrap up this year and think about setting what we call SMART goals for next year as well. And I think we know that we want our goals to be rigorous, but we also want to make sure that we're setting goals that are specific and measurable and attainable, so that it's something that we can help our students feel what success is like. So again, I apologize. It's a lot of information on one slide. This is the breakdown by school, and again, going across by all student groups. And then that's the overall. Did you want to?
No, it was just a recap of the goals.
Recap of the goals. So we thank you. We know it's kind of information overload, but We wanted to be sure, you had asked for it a variety of ways, and we wanted to be sure that we had provided what you wanted. So with that, I will pause, and if there's anything we can respond to, we'll be happy to try to do that.
I think it's interesting that math proficiency had such an improvement where we didn't see that necessarily with ELA. And can you talk a little bit about, were there other new processes in place for math? And were there more new processes in place for ELA? And will those be kind of revisited?
It's a great question. So we have a couple things going on in terms of mathematics. I think you heard Nicole mention illustrative math is our new math program that was utilized this year.
It seems to have been effective.
And it's not an easy shift because it's an entire shift in pedagogy. I mean, you're talking about students having to really build their conceptual understanding in mathematics. And so it's going hand in hand with a lot of professional development. But yes, we're beginning to see some of the results bubble up in classrooms. And as you know, teacher teams are so strong because they learn from one another. So I think the fact that you as a board give us those early release days, this year, more than ever before, they've been useful in terms of at the school level, allowing teachers to share and learn and look at their craft with one another. English language arts, one of the things we know is that's a big focus of our Maryland Leads grant that you're going to hear about in just a moment. And we were fortunate that not very long ago, we adopted the 2020 version of Wonders. So we have started some of the information in terms of building foundational skills in reading. But one of the things we've not done is in terms of going back for those that didn't have that initial coursework in letters training, that's top priority. So this year, in fact, June 21st, every administrator is going to be trained in the letters training, and then throughout next year, we will have all teachers, kindergarten through grade 3, really build their muscles and strength in terms of understanding what's needed for those early literacy skills. I think the shift is heading in the right direction in terms of instructionally with the Wonders programs. We're also supplementing the decodable readers because that's something our early childhood teacher said, you know, we have some, but we need even more. So I think there are some things in place, but you're going to hear when Mr. Hushin and I share the Maryland Leads, you'll hear even a few more details of what's next. My time is up.
Thank you.
I don't know who that was.
I have a question.
Me too.
You know, narrowing the racial gap has been a big goal, and I don't see that happening.
So if you look at the slides where, you're right, there is work to be done. There was progress, particularly with the African American students compared to the all students, I believe it was. I can't see it without my glasses. I'd have to go back in. But then what happened, for example, one that stands out in my mind because we were talking about this, when we looked at the student group Asian students, it actually took a decrease, and you'll see it. You have the slides in front of you to go back and look, but we went down there, and what we found is we went back to our enrollment numbers, and when you have tiny numbers like we do, grades 3 through high school, we are talking about 16 Asian students, and so if there is a child that scores in 4 or 5 in the fall, because they're in the 61st percentile, but in the end of the year, they now score at 58, so now they've moved, so they're out of that, what we're calling meeting our target that we've set, and they've moved into what's still considered proficiency, but what might be scored as a 3. So I think it's tricky in terms of student groups. Same thing this year, this is not new, and I think you've heard us talk about this before. We really need to put our heads together in terms of addressing our ESOL population, because that's another area. I think in our data, the Hispanic group was another area where there was some struggle and some gaps and needing some additional resources. So many of you are aware, Michelle Serino has worked with the team of teachers this year, and we actually have put components of that into our Maryland Leads grant as well, just some varied strategies and resources to address that gap.
Yes. So we're sitting here, we're looking at these goals. that we, by June of this year, are we keeping, I think one of the things, are we keeping with these goals as we move forward? As we move forward into the next school year?
Well, that's one of the things we need to talk about, and it'll be an opportunity for us to problem solve and look at our adjustment in terms of what we set for a target for next year. But one of the things
I just want to make sure, weren't these goals that we set as a board?
Yeah, but what I was leading up to was when Mr. Chaudhary was here, he couldn't believe that we set such high goals, because it was almost to the point where, you're asking for 95% of your students to move and make some quantum leaps in terms of where you expect them. But what we said to him was we wanted aggressive goals because we knew we had a long ways to go in terms of meeting those goals. He said, that's fine. Setting high goals and being aggressive in terms of goal setting is one thing, but he said you need to make sure that you're not setting goals in such a way that they are unachievable. So that's one of the things that we need to talk about in terms of how do we move forward. We took a stab at what we thought was the right thing to do in terms of setting high aggressive goals. Whether we want to continue to do that is something this board is going to have to think about and talk about moving forward.
Well, it is a little bit of taking a shot in the dark, because how do you know what are achievable goals until you
try?
Try, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, looking at the math numbers going from a 14 to a 25, our goal was 30%. So we got close, and I almost feel like for both math and ELA, while we need to do a district-wide goal, I'd also like to see us do a goal for our Black students and Hispanic students, because those numbers are really needing lots of help. Those students need lots of help based on the numbers that we're seeing here. So I'd almost like us to potentially come up with specific goals for those groups whenever we revisit that.
And that's an important point, because I think sometimes you have to compare apples to apples. I mean, overall, the number may be discouraging, but if you said we're comparing where we started this particular group to where that particular group is, you may see an increase that won't show in the big picture.
And I agree with you. And what I love about this year is it has held every one of us accountable, and so every single principal with their teachers had a goal set. So the target may have been different depending on their baseline data, because as you could see, the scores were kind of all over the place. But also, just to kind of back up what you were mentioning in terms of looking at one particular student group and just saying it out loud, here's our baseline data, this is where we want to achieve. We just have to be mindful of what the actual numbers are, because we don't want to get a student group that is fewer than 10, and that happened this year with our kindergarten data. In terms of, we have nothing to report on two groups, do you remember?
ELL and students with disabilities.
ELL and student with disabilities this year in kindergarten were fewer than 10, so it's not even reported out. So we just have to be sure that if we look at that, and I mentioned a moment ago, this year, if we look at grades 3 through 12, 16 of our students are Asian. So we just want to think about the actual numbers that are part of the story as well.
So did we establish those? I can't remember if we established those goals. That was at the retreat, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it seems to make sense that we
Have another retreat.
to
Yep.
go through this. I
Agreed.
mean, I think we could spend a lot more time on this without getting to everything else on the agenda. So I don't want to cut it short or take away any, but I think if we can begin to look at potential dates for a retreat and get ourselves ready. I would also be interested in the SMART goals that you mentioned earlier as to what that looks like, as well as potentially looking at demographics and understanding what that, I appreciate the call outs about the population size and how it kind of skews things, but I think if we can wrap that all up and have that discussed at a retreat, I think that'd be I mean, if you all agree.
And I also think it would be important, and I'll just leave it at that, and this will be a good segue into our next presentation, and we're trying to be mindful of the time here too as well, but I think it would be helpful for us to talk with MSDE and check with their statisticians in terms of what is an achievable goal in terms of us moving forward. I mean, I think we need to have that information. I do want us to be very aggressive with what we need to do as far as making progress, but I also don't want it to be discouraging for our staff in terms of it being so high that it's
Well, and what might be an achievable goal for another school district is not what's an achievable goal for us.
understood. But I think that there are
I
some.
get it.
Yeah. Statistically, what is possible.
Yeah.
And then we have to look in terms of what do we want to set as a school system.
Dr. Couch, as part of the grant writing this year, they have us set goals, and so this is the first year with the kindergarten readiness assessment. At the state, they gave us a number. They asked us to set the goal at 2% increase. So that was, it was so different than the 10% that we were striving for. I mean, it's just something, and I don't know that it even equates, but it was interesting just to have that discussion and hear that the state was saying 2% is a rigorous goal. So think about, yeah.
I still think if you just required reading for 25 minutes a night, beginning in kindergarten, these problems would go away. Why don't we do that? I've never gotten a straight answer. The libraries all around the country have started a program, 1,000 books before kindergarten. Why can't we do 2,000 before middle school? It's the reason people are good readers is they read. You have to spend time doing it. And if we're not, these scores are never going to go up. I've
Again,
talked to people in other parts of the state, and their kids do have homework for, reading. They have to do it. And if we let parents know that you're going to go to this district, your kid's going to read every single night, or 5 nights a week. But why don't we do that? I've been asking this question for 7 years, 8 years, and it works. I've seen schools where it works. We've got to do that. Rock Hall, you've had a lot of reading this year, and your scores show it. They've gone up. It's really not rocket science. It's just time spent doing it.
Any additional questions?
Just one comment. But I am why the scores might not always reflect. We did make some successes, and hopefully we can put those successes in those areas that we did make out to the public to show that we did make some growth in due to the hard work of our educators and our administration as well.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
The next item on the agenda is the Maryland Leads Grant Overview.
We're going to try to go through this quickly, but just wanted to provide you an overview of Maryland Leads. Again, we have a lot on our agenda. A lot of these items are just information, but some of these are on here because we have to approve them tonight.
So, thank you, Dr. Couch. The Maryland Leads Grant as a district, we were awarded $8,070,947.17. And so the plan with that money over the course of 2 years is to focus on a few key things to address those that are historically underperforming, which are the student groups that we heard mentioned as well a few moments ago. One of the key strategies and initiatives that we chose is that in the area of the science of reading. And Dr. Costa, you'll be excited to see that part of that is called Kent County Reads to Lead campaign, requiring all students to read on a regular basis in school as well as out of school. This also aligns to our strategic activities and milestones that we have as a district. And what we've done most recently is establish partners that will help us with this work. So the grant is really affording us the opportunity to get quality professional development and coaching and support. In a nutshell, these are the 3 areas and listing the strategies. In professional development, this is not everything in the grant, but I just wanted to give you a sampling. You heard me mention the letters training. There will also be some specialized training in the area of intervention with something known as Orton-Gillingham. And so that is for your students that are identified as struggling readers early on. They may bubble up through our dyslexia screener. And then for grades 4 through 6, we'll also have some specific support for both special educators and general educators in terms of using a Wilson program, Just Words, which helps with spelling and word recognition. So our staffing, you may well be aware of this, but every school will have student support coaches that support the in-school tutoring and intervention on site, which is research driven in terms of the best way to offer that. And there will also be coaches. We are excited. We have had many candidates that will be interviewed over the course of the next few days, and are so fortunate to be able to hire a reading coach and a mathematics. It's a reading social studies because it's interdisciplinary, and a math science coach at the secondary level, middle and high school. And in the elementary, there will be an elementary coach in each and every elementary school. The programs that are part of this also complement the existing programs, which you can read below. And now I'll share Mr. Hushin's piece.
Thank you, Ms. Circumowitz. So the latest stat out there right now for the number of staff that have, or the number of teachers that have left the field within the last year is 25%. That was stated in the Philadelphia Inquirer 2 Sundays ago. Obviously, this is
national.
Yes, national. This is, yes, that would be a devastating number if that was here in
On the record,
Kent
national.
County. But in the Philadelphia Inquirer, 25% of teachers across the board, that's 1 out of 4. So, to try to be proactive with this grant, we have been awarded funding to support staff who aspire to become an educator. There are 4 groups that we're going to work with to support to go through this process, and those are our substitutes, our career changers, our current support staff, and putting some things into place for our current and former Kent County students. Through partnerships with Bowie State, Washington College, and Chesapeake College, interested candidates will have the opportunity to work towards their degree or certifications with LEADS grant funding over the next 2 years. This will be fully funded and supportive, obviously with an agreement that they will come back and work for us, which we will put in place. Students at the high school level, not just the students in the TAM program, but the other students throughout the student body who aspire to be an educator, targeting those students at an early age and giving them more opportunities to, shadow and pair up with current staff to learn more about the field. And to address a critical needs shortage area for us that we've had, we are hoping to, we will be offering $30,000 paid internships to speech and language pathologists who are in their final year of study in grad school, where they spend a year in an internship under supervision, as well as SLPs and school psychs.
Has there ever been any thought, I don't know how this works, but this is something that came up at a conference a while ago about even down the line, student teacher getting some type of stipend. And the argument was that a lot of times when they come to our classrooms with hopes they're out there buying their own supplies and mileage and things like that, it's something to think about for the future, but I don't know how that works in the state of Maryland, but most definitely as we start to think about, more enticing ways to bring people to the classroom, though that type of memory will go a long way.
Yeah, no, it's a great suggestion. There have been some talks about that at a regional level, but what we have found out is that some institutions of higher ed do have some, rules about that. So there is some work that needs to be done with our institutions of higher ed to put a program like that in place.
The next section is high-quality school day tutoring, and again, I shared a little bit of this last time, so I'll just be very brief. This is about redesigning the schedule so that our students can get additional opportunities for tutoring during the school day, and also partnering with Washington College and some of our other local organizations to build our pipeline of tutors that will work within each one of our school buildings. Staffing is a big piece of this. The coaches will be there, which is awesome because they will be able to see that the tutors get the training that they need, both for math and reading on site. There will also be student support coaches that offer tutoring to small groups within the classroom setting. And then finally, a position locally in terms of helping to analyze the data with the frequent progress monitoring. So that is a contractual position where someone, again, will hold our feet to the fire to see that what we're doing is making a difference. And finally, programs and partners, allowing a master schedule that offers the opportunity for students to get what they need with blocks built into the master schedule. Monthly progress monitoring meetings where each member of our school team, the coaches, will meet as a district and with our district staff to look at the individual effectiveness of the various programs that we're purchasing. And then again, partnering with agencies such as the college and other teacher prep programs. And as we speak, we are still vetting some of the information that has been shared with us to determine some of our final partners in the area of tutoring. We have Amplify and Edmentum are two right now that are under review in terms of what it is that they would be able to offer to our students in terms of tutoring, training, and services.
So to help with the retention of our staff here in Kent County, there's a number of strategies that we're going to put into place. As I've talked about before, redesigning our new teacher mentoring and induction program. We have secured funding through this grant to support these new initiatives. Partnering with the new Teacher Center, which is one of the leading teaching, mentoring, and coaching agencies in the nation. Giving an incentive, enhancing our full course reimbursement over the next 2 years. Giving a $1,400 recruiting and retention stipend for all full-time employees for the 2022-2023 school year and the 2023-2024 school year. Some of these strategy areas that I am discussing, we had to work through with our associations as they are subject to collective bargaining, but I am proud to announce that we can talk about this freely as we have agreed to these incentives through an MOU. Excuse me. We also want to, retain our part-time staff and substitutes. So $700 stipends will be provided for our part-time staff. Another incentive, it's kind of innovative. It's a health care holiday for employees who receive health care benefits with our school system. What that means is each full-time employee will not have to pay their health insurance payroll deduction during the 4 paychecks in November and December of 2022 and 2023.
So what are you offering the folks that have health? I mean, I like that. That's awesome. But what are you offering the rest of the staff who doesn't get health insurance through us? Maybe they have a spouse that they get it through. So what are we offering them?
There's a lot of other incentives in here. We have not talked about how we will
Well, could you-
address that specific measure. That is something that we can look at internally. So
And will you be able to come back next month with that answer, or within a
it
couple of
depends how the
days?
conversation with our team goes, and there's a process that we would have to engage in with the state.
I just want to make it fair for all. If it's not fair for one, if it's not fair for all,
Okay. Putting our first national board cohort in place and providing the funding to support that. We had our first interest meeting last week where we had about 21 staff attend. Through this funding, we'll also be able to provide resources for current MBC certified staff to serve as coaches to support this first cohort through the process. Into the staff wellness initiatives, we have heard very loud and clear from our staff all year long, and we work to try to come up with some innovative things that will encourage, overall health and wellness for our staff. Free YMC memberships for all full-time employees, stipends for wellness teams to also support district-wide initiatives, funding for staff celebration and recognition, funding for a social worker or mental health provider to work full-time to just provide mental health services and connect our employees to the continuum of services for our staff and only our staff. We feel this is a very innovative step. This is not something that occurs often in the school setting. Each building will receive funding to create wellness rooms. Obviously, there are larger discussions that need to happen after hearing from our colleagues at Garnett and what that's going to look like and where this could go, but the wellness committees in each school will have a say in this process. And then, as we've also heard, we've secured funding to support on-site before childcare for our staff. Obviously, we know there's existing partnerships at our elementary schools and through the grants that Rock Hall and Garnett have, there's pathways for them to secure these programs, but we also need to think about our secondary staff as well who have young children as well and have an earlier start time. So we are looking at trying to bring some on-site daycare, on-site childcare, before school care to our secondary schools.
Is the expectation to try to have at least some of those staff wellness initiatives up and running for the start of the school year?
Absolutely. Yes, that's going to be a heavy lift this summer, but is also part of the reasons why through this grant we're going to be adding an additional specialist to our HR team to really help oversee all of these wellness initiatives.
And the HR specialist would also do volunteers, work with, is our volunteer coordinator too.
Outreach. Good.
You're done, Wendy.
2 wins.
So we're just
Great.
open
No,
it
this
up
is
to
this is a lot
some
of great
questions.
news. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff happening here. I think there's just some follow-up on the folks that weren't included necessarily in here, but I think it's pretty exciting.
I will tell you that our unions, when we talk to them about all of these incentives for staff retention, these are not incentives that are happening around the state. We really thought outside the box, and these are things that are really going to be unique to Kent County. And so we're really excited about that. As a matter of fact, there are some school systems that said, wow, we didn't even think about putting that in our grant.
It's
So-
I mean, as a teacher, it's enticing. Hey, I might just give up my role up here and
I love the YMCA memberships.
Yes.
They're expensive.
Yes, they are.
And I just want to acknowledge, I know Dr. Couch has, said often that, the instructional team and HR were heavily involved in this process, but, there's a lot of tentacles that have branched out from each one of these areas, and Tracy Williams has been a big part, Dr. Keene. Also, yep. Principals giving feedback, our staff, our associations, but also Ms. Stewart for pulling this budget together for us in a very, very, very timely manner during the budget season. So.
And have all of these, the staff support and retention initiatives been presented to the staff? Have they been told that these things are something?
As I was listening to Garnett talk today, I said, there's some things that have been let out of bag, but apparently I got some emails earlier, and the associations actually sent out an email. Okay. So I will be sending out a formal email tomorrow, district-wide, just kind of reinforcing what we're doing for our staff.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is the resolution school safety training.
Okay, so the board asked us to develop a resolution for additional safety strategies and training. So this is our resolution, whereas it's the responsibility of the Kent County Board of Ed to designate funds for a specific purpose, whereas comprehensive school safety focuses on prevention, response, and recovery from dangerous incidents, whereas the Kent County Public Schools takes a balanced approach to enhance safety and security in the learning environment, whereas school safety should reflect physical safety, mental health, and personal connections to the school community, whereas whereas the Maryland Safe to Learn Act requires local school systems to create behavior threat assessments in each school who are provided with training on the identification and intervention with students or other individuals who pose a threat to school safety, whereas KCPS has in place behavior threat assessment teams in each school in accordance with the requirements of the Maryland Safe to Learn Act, and such teams engage in regular training. Whereas KCPS continually monitors the effectiveness of the current makeup and training of school behavior threat assessment teams and desires to expand the scope of which KCPS staff members receive training and expand the scope of topics covered in such training. Whereas broadening the scope of school training on school safety reflects a multidisciplinary approach to school safety by including school personnel, including teachers, administrators, counselors, mental health professionals, support staff such as janitors, and school bus drivers, as one of the things that Mr. Johnson noted at our meeting, as well as law enforcement and other first responders, community-based resources, and families. Whereas ESSR reopening funds are available to cover the cost for additional training modules through the ALICE training program, including a social-emotional learning for safety interventions and for expanding the scope of staff members receiving such training to further enable KCPS to safely reopen schools and address mental health and needs of students. Now therefore be it resolved that these guiding principles reflect Kent County Board of Education's consensus that school safety strategies and training for protecting students and staff will be a priority in allocating available funds in the '23 budget. So the administration recommends that the board adopt this resolution.
This is an action item. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
I move that we approve the resolution to prioritize school safety strategies and training.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson, a second by Ms. McGee. Any comments, questions?
Did I dream this, or did somebody share with us that prior to the start of this coming school year, all of our staff will be ALICE trained?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, because I know there's at least one school district in Maryland, I think it might be Baltimore County, they also do ALICE training for students. Will we be providing any Any kind of, like we have a fire drill, so kids know what they're supposed to do when there's a fire drill. What about?
will be part of that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any additional comments?
I just think, just echo, this is timely. Thinking about the events that have been going on, and things seem closer to home than ever before, so it is very timely.
We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the attendance procedure 600-20 update.
And we're going to briefly review those things that are just information, and then also just approve the policy that you've already reviewed once.
Okay, good evening. I believe that you guys have access to the attendance policy or procedure and the pregnant and parenting students procedure. So when I was here last month, we talked a little bit about the pregnant and parenting student procedure would have a domino effect on the attendance procedure. So if you, I don't know if you can see you have it in front of you. Francois says yes.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anything in red you can see is there's a change. So really what we did was we kept a lot of the definitions in there that related to pregnant and parenting students. You can see that we kept some parts in here, but we removed a lot of it, basically saying that if you have questions, that would pertain to a pregnant or parenting student, please see procedure XYZ. Okay. Now, I may end up coming back again, depending on how things shake out with this next piece. But I figured I might as well be proactive, because there is a House bill that has passed that talks about students being able to take excused absences for behavioral health needs, mental health needs. And so you will see that I did include that behavioral health need in the lawful absence, and also it's included in, it's part of the 3 parent notes. So currently, parents can write notes for a medical absence. We're now saying that a behavioral illness is also an excused absence. Just like once you get past your 3 parent notes, you need a doctor's note. Same will apply for this. The one caveat is if we find that this is the reason that a student took an excused absence day, then we are required to provide that parent with outside resources should they need it. So those are the changes to the attendance procedure.
Okay.
And this is for information.
That's for information only.
Okay. The next item is the Pregnant and Parenting Student Policy JHA and Procedure 600-26.
Yes. So we really went through this in detail last month, and so if there are any questions, I can certainly entertain. If not, I would ask for approval of the policy and procedure.
The administration is recommending approval of Policy JHA, Pregnant and Parent Student. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the policy JHA, pregnant and parent student.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Second by Ms. McGee. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next portion of the meeting is administrative services. The first item in that section is expenditures revenue report. Ms. Stewart.
Good evening, Dr. Couch, President Getz, members of the board. We're going to discuss tonight the expenditure and revenue report. As you will see, we'll go over the summary for cash receipts as of May 31st, 2022. For Fund 1, It's about 32.9 million. Fund 3, which is our school construction, 890,000. Fund 5, food service, about 1,078,000. And then none for our Fund 7, which is our trust and agency, to bring us to a total cash receipt as of May 31st, 34,869,524.79. We move on to our Fund 1. As we're nearing close to year end, we have expended about 91% of our budget in current expense fund. As we move towards our school construction, as you know, this is reimbursable. We have spent about $998,000, and you can see the categories broken down where we've expended. Our food service fund, we have expended about 89% of that to date, and we're coming up on our last week of school. And then for our restricted funds, we have about expending of 40% of what we have received to date as of May 31st. If you go to the final page and you look at the funding overview, you will see all receipts and expenditures. And if you kind of want an idea of where we stand as of May 31st, you can look in this top area when it comes to receipts. We have for unrestricted about 27 million, and then 27.2 million, and then we have expended about 26.9 million. So there's about $300,000 to the good if you're looking towards fund balance. I know Fund 5 with food service, the 1,178,000 is still pending. I want to say some receipts, possibly March and April, because food service, a turnaround for that, it was an issue at MSDE. So we will be having more receipts. But then you'll note the expense of 1.1 million in expenditures, but we're looking for those receipts to be there. So we should still be in the good going through the audit and going through inventory as well. So I wanted to make note of that. As we get close, I will have more information for you next month for June, the July board meeting. Any questions?
Any questions?
This is kind of unrelated, but when did the farms applications go out?
They will not go out until the beginning of July, because MSDE actually doesn't send it until then, because it has to physically be in the specific fiscal year for that. So we are working to make sure that that can be a fillable document, so we can get everyone on board to sign.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, that was for information only. If there are no other questions, we'll move forward. Okay, the next item is fiscal year 23 annual budget certification.
All right, so as you can see here, this is from the Maryland State Department of Education. We have to complete an annual budget, basically our budget for fiscal year 23. And so this certification basically certifies that we will be having in our current expense fund, receiving from local $18,559,629, school construction $4,126,200, and this will need to be signed by our President Getz, and our Superintendent, Dr. Karen Couch, and then at the commissioners meeting, it will need to be signed by the president of the commissioners. So we're asking for the board approval for the fiscal year 23 annual budget certification.
Okay, the administration is recommending board approval for the fiscal year 2023 annual budget certification. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the fiscal year 2023 annual budget certification.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Dr. Costa. Any further comments, questions?
I'll just say, I think the commissioners are supposed to adopt their budget tomorrow.
Right, and we take this to them afterwards.
Right, okay.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Educational Facilities Master Plan.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board.
Good evening.
I'm here about this time every year to present to you our annual Educational Facilities Master Plan updates. Some of the highlights from this past year, similar in terms of, student enrollment, what we expect. It's over the past decade, as we know, it's been a significant decline, but the rate of decline seems to be stabilizing, and the forecast is showing a leveling out for all the elementary school population over the next decade. MDP, the Maryland Department of Planning, is predicting that our public school enrollment will remain in the range of 1720 to 1640 in the coming decade. There's a projected decrease to 1640 by about 2025, and then they're projecting an increase back up to 1720 by 2030 and 2031. This is important to note that this does not include pre-K students in those figures. So for this year's EFMP, the age of the school buildings plus our enrollment trend calls for a similar strategy that we've been maintaining, and that's to maintain the current size of our school plant and to renew the existing facilities, maintaining the capacity for possible increases in student enrollment in the future. So in terms of the facilities themselves, thanks to the 6-year strategic plan that was approved in February 2018, we've now completed 8 projects, and we have our 9th currently underway with the Kent County High School roof replacement that will be technically started in April. Obviously, it can't start until all the kids actually get out of school this week. So as far as we know, as soon as kids let out on Thursday, they're supposed to be ready to go as soon as they let out. So they're going to try to get as much as they can possibly get done this summer. They've got some target areas that are our most that are our biggest issues that we currently have. So they're going to try to tackle all those this summer, and then whatever remains, they'll work in various points throughout the school year when we had some breaks, if they can get in there, and then they'll be completing next summer by August 31st, 2023 is their completion date for their contract. So after we get done the high school roof project, we'll have now replaced 4 of our 5 schools' roofs since 2015, I believe it is. So obviously the only school left is the Kent County Middle School, which is the biggest topic of discussion for our EFMP for this year. As everybody knows, we have our EdSpec committee ongoing. We just had a meeting last week to kind of get an update on how things have progressed from the state side. So we had staff from the IAC, which is the Interagency Commission on School Construction. They toured the middle and the high school on May the 6th. And from our discussions with them, it appears likely that they're going to be in support of a replacement middle school facility for our county. So currently, right now, we're down to 12 planning options, which involve a combination of grade levels, location, renovation versus replacement, and then other things such as the educational programs, cost factors, et cetera. So we've studied these options, and as I said, we just met recently to discuss them further. The plan right now is to get this list narrowed down to 2 to 4 options, hopefully here within the next month or 2. And then from there, we will do a more detailed study of each of those 2 to 4 options that we kind of narrowed it down to. So we're anticipating that a recommendation will be presented to the board in late 2022, following a process of community engagement and input in the fall. And if that schedule is met, then a request for plan approval will be taken to the IAC in early 2023. So those are the basic highlights for this year's EFMP. So if you have any questions about anything there, feel free.
As I begin to listen to tonight to our educators from Garnett, and reviewing this, is there ever, I don't see it on here, and we've done a decent job at renovating, our 2 existing elementary schools and bringing them up to par. Do we have any renovations on target for Garnett?
We don't have any specific renovations, but as part of that grade band configuration that we've been discussing moving 5th grade potentially back into the middle school setting, with the basic goal is for Garnett Elementary School and the issues that we're having there with the overcrowding and the large class sizes, and in comparison to the square footage that is available in those classes. So while there aren't any specific renovations planned for Garnett Elementary School, we're hoping that if we go forward with moving 5th grade back into the middle school setting, which hasn't been decided, I'm not saying that, but it is something under discussion. So we're hoping that we can alleviate some of those concerns potentially with that decision down the road.
And I would say that prior to us doing the renovations at the other two elementary schools, Garnett had undergone renovations with the locker rooms when they added the Judy Center, and we did replace the HVAC and the roof at Garnett.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that was
And
prior
I
to
think
the
one of the
6-year
things we
plan.
learned with that project was how important it was to have a project manager, because some stuff was done wrong and we were Garnett couldn't open the first day of school. I think to talk to Mr. Johnson's thing, the Garnett structurally, the building is okay. It's the whole space thing.
Yes.
Now, I was in the high school just 2 weeks ago down on the wing that's going to be the first one, the first part of the building that's going to, the roof. And boy, you can't come anytime too soon.
No, it needs it bad.
Yes.
So the administration recommends approval of the EFMP.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the document.
We have a motion by Dr. Costa. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any comments, questions?
Thank you for your hard work
Thank
on
you.
this project.
Yes, thank you.
Having a motion and a second, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Policy ECF Energy.
I would note that I did find a error on this particular item. It should be just for information, because it takes 2 months to approve policies. So this one will not be presented for approval tonight. It would just be information, and it is a new policy.
Ms. Stewart, are you talking about this policy, or you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were coming.
No, I'm
up with it.
sorry.
Sorry about that.
Good evening, everyone. So wanted to bring to the board, and I'm sorry for that, for review for this new policy. This new policy is in accordance with House Bill 630, and it requires that each school district is to have an energy policy that is approved and in place to acknowledge the effective use and conservation of energy. And the policy itself addresses the steps that KCPS will continue to take to ensure the overall effective use of energy. So this is just for information only, as it is a new policy. But if you have any specific questions, we can address tonight, or if we need to come back, we can do that as well.
So just let me know if you have any questions about that.
Okay. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Enterprise Lease Vans. Mr. Wheeler.
Good evening, board members, President of the Board, Getz, Dr. Couch. Tonight I'm here before you to present the enterprise lease for 2 vans for transportation. The administration is requesting contract approval to piggyback Fleet Leasing and Management Services Contract Number 2072816 through TIPS, the Interlocal Purchasing System, under Kent County Government. Enterprise Fleet Management requires a minimum fleet size of 20 cars. Currently, Kent County Public Schools is under the required limit. Therefore, we are eligible to be included with the county program. Although Kent County Public Schools will be included under the county, billing and registrations will be noted as Kent County Public Schools. Attached, you will find the proposal from Enterprise for a total of 2 10-passenger vehicles for an annual expenditure, and that expenditure has changed as of Friday. So the new expenditure would be $20,614.32. If we can note that, please. And that is for 2 2022 Ford Transit 10-passenger vans, and which these vans will be used to do is they'll be used as alternative vehicles for transportation, so that we can help move students. We're having some issues transporting our, I don't want to say issues, we're making it happen, but this would help alleviate some problems that we're having with some of our homeless students who are in other counties. It would help us alleviate some of those problems there, because we could hire alternative drivers and use alternative vehicles to help transport those students.
Would it help with some of the small sports teams?
Some of your smaller sports teams that would help with as well. instead of sending a school bus or trying to find a school bus to send them or taking someone off a route to send them to an athletic event, we could use that alternative transportation as well.
So when I attended the MABE conference,
Yes, ma'am.
one of the things that they brought up was SB 528 about purchasing electric school buses
Yes,
starting.
ma'am.
And I asked specifically because I knew that we were getting some smaller vehicles, if that applied to them as well. And they said, not currently, but that we should expect that that's going to be something coming down the pike.
future.
So I'm wondering what the lifetime is of these particular vehicles.
What do you mean lifetime of what?
Like how long?
They're leased.
Oh, they're leased, okay.
Yes, so they're a lease. Excuse me, so they're a lease vehicle. So it's up to us how long we want to keep them. Our lease is for 5 years, but it's up to us if we want to trade them off in between that time or what. Okay.
Will there be any trouble, because I've listened to the county commissioners and I've listened to Chestertown's budget hearings, will there be any trouble getting them? Because the municipalities are waiting, and police departments too, are waiting a year.
Yes, and then we've waited for some vehicles as well. We still have a truck that hasn't been made, our plow truck. However, we do have our enterprise lease representative has found us 2 vans, and they can be delivered within 30 to 45 days.
Wow, good.
So we can have them before the start of school.
Okay, this is an action item. The administration is recommending board approval to piggyback fleet leasing and management services contract number 2072816 through TIPS, which is the interlocal purchasing system. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Sullivan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Costa. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is ARP ESSER LEA Maryland Leads.
All right, this is going to be really quick. Administration is requesting approval for the ARP ESSER LEA Maryland Leads grant that we were awarded. I did want to bring light to the attention of the difference in amount with the NOGA, and that has to do with the partnerships that we have. According to MSDE, what has been communicated to us, for example, if a partnership comes in $20,000 less of what we expected, then those are the adjustments that we'll make. So we have been awarded the full amount, and it's the grant period is from June 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2024.
Okay, this is an action item. Administration is requesting approval from the Board of Education for the new grant, ARP ESSER LEA Maryland Leads. Looking for a motion to approve.
Move that we approve the new grant, ARP ESSER LEA Maryland Leads.
Motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Policy DDA, Allowable Use of Funds and Adherence to Uniform Grant Guidance.
So I brought this to you all last board meeting as a review. This is a new grant policy that we will need to implement to be in line with how we expend all of our federal, state, and local restricted grant funding. So this is something that will also put us in line in uniform grant guidance to CFR 200. And so we're requesting that administration approve the new policy, allowable use of funds and adherence to uniform grant guidance by the Board of Education. And if you have any questions from your review, I'm available to answer.
Okay, this is an action item. Administration is requesting approval of the new policy DDH, Allowable Use of Funds and Adherence to Uniform Grant Guidance by the Board of Education. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the new policy DDH, allowable use of funds and adherence to uniform grant guidance.
Mr. Johnson has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Dr. Costa. Any further comments or questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm reading it, and the reason we're doing this is because we didn't align. I mean, it was brought to our attention, and the only changes we've made is to bring us into alignment?
Yes, so pretty much during the subrecipient monitoring, this was actually a new policy that was required to implement with uniform guidance. So during the subrecipient monitoring with MSDE, they were doing that kind of school-wide across the board. So we were already doing specifically what's in there. This kind of puts a stamp on reassuring that, we're following those policies.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further comments? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is policy BEA, board meeting dates.
Right, and this is just for your information. It'll be brought back for approval at the next board meeting. Very brief policy, but just noting that we could change regular meeting dates, not only for holidays and weather closings, but for other conflicts.
Okay. And
So
that
that's
was
only
for
information.
Yep, thank you. Okay, the next item is ethics panel appointment.
Okay, so we had opened the ethics panel applications. Mr. Crowfoot's term is up. He did reapply, submitted an application. The board saw the application, and I'm recommending that he be appointed for another 3-year term on the ethics panel.
Okay, the action here is that the administration is recommending approval of Ernie Crowfoot to serve another 3-year term on the ethics panel. Do we have a motion to do so?
Motion to approve?
We have a motion by Ms. Sullivan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
We have 1 abstention, and we have 4 ayes. The motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the purchasing manual updates.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my.
Oh, my.
Thank you. Sweet Jesus, look at that.
All right, so I reprinted the purchasing manual after review. There were some that were highlighted in red that really isn't a change. It's already in the purchasing manual, so I wanted you to have the updated. So this memo coming before you, administration is requesting approval of the updated Kent County Public Schools purchasing manual. And what I'm going to do is go through basically the changes. If you look on page 8 of the manual, the item that is highlighted in red, under the purchasing practices for the expenses between $5,000 but not starting at $5,000 but not more than $25,000, we're adding that a requisition in e-finance must be submitted to the finance department. After submitting this requisition, a purchase requisition form must be provided to supervisor of finance for further review and approval. And the quote requested for payment, all other quotes used to determine purchase must accompany the purchase requisition as documentation. And if needed, the finance department will solicit quotations, proposals from multiple vendors, and also adding, it is understood that the individual requesting the purchase is reviewing quotes from at least 2 other vendors, not including the vendor of choice. If you go to number 3, we're just adding there an invitation to bid in addition to the request for a proposal. If you look on page 9, we have added number 8, which is the sole source requirement. So basically, before we would document, but we never really had a formal form. So to bring everything up to date, considering our location and the vendors, our ability to actually look for different vendors to provide services, this sole source requirement adds that language in there that it would need to be approved by myself and the superintendent, and they will have to provide much justification and determination that this is a sole source. If it happens to be over $25,000, we will bring that sole source request to the board for approval. Under the procurement summary and quick reference, this is just updating from electronic to e-finance purchase requisition process, because e-finance is our financial system that we use. Looking at the software and certain technology, just adding the language to please adhere to Chapter 3, Section E, Number 3H, regarding this purchasing process, which reiterates that before anybody purchases anything with a device or software, that they need to reach out to technology first before they make that purchase. If you go down to the fourth paragraph, unless the purchase is approved, sole source purchase, unless the purchase is approved, sole source purchase outlined in Chapter 2, Section 1A, Number 8, that just is reference to the sole source requirement that is being added. Page 10, this is just language to add that we have the new policy that would need to be adhered to under the federal grant purchases. Page 11 is just the initials for the minority business MBE requirements. Page 12, same thing, is just putting in parentheses the acronym EMMA for E-Maryland Marketplace. Page 13, you will see in number 2, letter B, just adding that the request for proposal documents viewed by the issuing parties as well as additional KCPS administrators as necessary. Go down to D, you will see when applicable to the RFP. Page 15, this is just to add to our credit card policies that in addition to travel, any emergency purchases, if applicable, to assist with instruction or other immediate required job-related expenditure needs. And then also noting that any personal charges, upgrades, or any other charges that violate KCPS policy will be deducted from your payroll. All itemized receipts must be provided to your monthly credit card statement to accounts payable. If not, you will be responsible to reimburse KCPS for charges with no receipt, or it will be deducted from your payroll. When utilizing the KCPS issued credit card for purchases that will be paid from a federal, state, or local grant, KCPS staff must obtain approval from the grant administrative assistants as well as the supervisor of finance to ensure that the purchase aligns with allowable purchases designated within the specific grant. This also spells out when utilizing the credit card for travel that they're using best practices, reasonable flight costs, reasonable hotel room, and the use of the Government Services Administration, GSA, for the per diem rates for meals while on approved travel.
My question is, one thing we do, I always get concerned when we like company credit cards and things that people go on trips. I'm not saying this is happening in the system.
Right.
I'm not saying that, but they come back and they are using the credit card and they're not showing what they learned at a convention or a conference. They're just gone. I hope we don't do that here. I don't think we do that here, but it's just something to think about. I don't know if there's any way we could some type of language just to say, it's there, but I just wanted to go on the record saying that hopefully when we go and send people to conferences, they're not just going because it's free and they have the credit card, but they're going to actually learn and bring something back.
No, we always require them to come back and share what they've learned.
That's why I was just.
And also a part of the credit cards, because I review and reprove all credit card charges, they know to make sure that all their receipts, we recently had a training with the secretaries as well as administrative assistants. When they go to travel, they need itemized receipts. You need to show your itinerary, what actually happened. If there's meals being provided by the conference, they cannot use the per diem rate for meals because the conference is providing it. So there is extra reinforcement behind that.
Thank you for answering.
Oh, no problem. So number 16 is also just a reference for purchase orders, implementing the purchase requisition form. You'll see down just marking out the assistant superintendent and just noting just the superintendent for any, the purchasing official may be appealed by the superintendent. Just adding more language in the small purchase procedure. Quotations must be retained by office soliciting the quotes and attached as backup documentation with the purchase requisition form. And then, So page 18, adding that all purchases being made for furniture items must be approved by the supervisor of finance prior to purchase, as we do have school furniture that we're looking to purchase going forward. And then in capital projects, specification for these projects should be submitted to the purchasing official immediately upon notice of the specified capital project, needing to ensure the bidding process is timely. You can look at page 19. This is adding to the end-of-year projects, which is identifying key things for requesting and requiring any bids, keeping in mind in the timeline, and also end-of-year budget request. As you know, we have set the budget request to close April 15th of every school year, but keeping those particular items in mind as it relates to our fund balance. And those are pretty much all the changes, and just some grammatical changes for page 22. But that's pretty much just highlighting all those changes that are in the purchasing manual. And just to note, this purchasing manual will pretty much bring us up to date with what we're already kind of doing, so we can just make sure we're in line with our purchasing process.
Codify what we're already doing.
Sure.
Great job.
Okay, this is an action item. The administration is requesting approval by the Board of Education for the updated Kent County Public Schools KCPS Purchasing Manual. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the the updated Kent County Public Schools Purchasing Manual.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
That was a motion by Mr. Johnson and a second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments or questions?
Thank you again for your hard work in putting this
problem.
together.
No problem.
We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item is school furniture contract approval.
All right, so we are requesting board approval to piggyback off of Duran Furniture Solutions MAPT contract number 2015-42. Duran Furniture Solutions is a vendor that is used to purchase school furniture. 2 of our neighboring counties are using this, and because it is a metro contract, it allows KCPS to piggyback off of their contract since it has already went to bid. So as you know, we've been talking about, and we have funding through ESSER to get school furniture. This is pretty much our next step. We did receive input from our principals, and they are excited because it gives us different options and avenues to purchase school furniture. So we are requesting your approval.
This is
So
not.
all this does is allow us to piggyback. It's not about what we're purchasing or how much we're spending.
Yeah.
Who are the 2 counties in the quote-unquote
I want to say it's Dorchester and Queen Anne, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. This is an action item. The administration is requesting approval by the Board of Education to piggyback off of Duran Furniture Solutions MAPT contract 2015-42. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. Sullivan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you call for the vote. All those in favor? Sorry.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes. Getting late, guys, sorry.
The last item.
The last item on the agenda is the Maryland Center for Computing Education MCCE Grant Award.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board.
Good evening.
So we have worked directly with MSDE to identify several conferences and trainings that would help bring CS, computer science education, into the elementary schools and also align it with what we're doing at the middle and high school level. So we've identified 7 teachers, at least 1 from each building, to attend the CSTA, the Computer Science Teachers Association Conference, and then 3 teachers from each of 1 teacher from each elementary school, I should say, to attend the Hood College Consortium for Computing Sciences in Colleges Regional Conference. And then also provide funding for work with Washington College, professional development courses, and coding and robotics with Dash and Dot. So administration is recommending approval of an award by the Maryland Center for Computing Education in the amount of $25,485.50.
When would they be going to these conferences?
So the CSTA conference is actually, I believe it's July 17th. And then the Hood Conference is in the fall.
Okay. So one will be before school starts and the other will be during the school year?
Yes.
I see this says phase 1. What are the rest of the
Yeah, so MSD is hoping to eventually push CS down into the elementary schools. So this was intended to just sort of get teachers involved and identify those who might be leads in buildings before they make anything official. If you recall, 2 years ago, they actually moved CS as a requirement into 8th grade, and they're looking to expand that down even lower.
And I guess my question would be, seems like we're sending one teacher from every building.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think we'll, in the future, be looking to have a teacher that's going to be focused just on technology?
I think that's the idea. Right now, those would be the identified sort of teacher leaders in that area. For the CSTA, that 7 includes the teachers who are teaching CS right now. And then in the elementary level, it was those who had an interest.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, this is an action item. Administration is recommending approval of an award by the Maryland Center for Computing Education, MCCE, in the amount of $25,485.50. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion by Dr. Costa. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Any further comments or questions?
So I just want, so do we are we thinking by the time our teachers have attended some of these, we should see computer science within the classroom starting after?
Absolutely. So next year, we should start seeing some of that integration in subject areas other than computer science. There's ways to incorporate that, and that's what these are really designed to promote.
Great.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Poore. Appreciate it. Ms. Manley, do we have any public participation cards? No. We do not. Okay. Dr. Couch, before I have the notification of the next meeting, or
July 18th.
July 18th, okay.
Before you do that, Joe, I think, and I spoke to Gail about this during our break, I wasn't clear that I was abstaining from the approval of minutes from the May 9th meeting because I wasn't in attendance, so I just wanted to be clear that I had abstained from that vote.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, the notification of next meeting. The next meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County will be held on Monday, July 18th, 2022, beginning at 5:30 p.m. with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 p.m. The meeting will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, this room, at 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rockall, Maryland, 21661. The last item on the agenda is the administration is recommending approval to adjourn this meeting. Do we have a motion to do so?
I move we adjourn.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing no opposition.